Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate today, the 22nd of October, the year of our Lord 2024. Being, Mr. Speaker, 1, the Social Health Insurance Act tariffs for healthcare services, legal notice number 146 of 2024. 2, the Social and Health Insurance Amendment Regulations, legal notice number 147 of 2024. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning revised 2024 medium-term debt management strategy. I thank you.
The Chairperson's Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023. The Chairperson of the Mediation Committee. Senator Beatrice, were you a member of that committee? Yes, you may proceed then to lay the paper.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, the 22nd October 2024. A report of the Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, the National Assembly's Bill number 33 of 2023.
The Chairperson Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, that is National Assembly number 34 of 2022.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 22nd October 2024. Report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson Mediation Committee to give notice of the motion. Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 22nd October 2024, and further that pursuant to Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 167(3) of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill.
The chairperson, mediation committee on the sugar bill, kindly proceed to give your notice.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, and further that pursuant to Article 13(2) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 167(3) of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Maruma. So that statement is deferred. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2024.
So this is really a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on the 15th of October 2024. And at the time of interruption, the Senator Fernandi was on his feet, and he had a balance of 15 minutes. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think the last time I was on my feet contributing on the report on the issue of National Assembly amendments to the County Government Additional Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, before I make any further comments, Mr. Speaker, allow me with your indulgence to wish all 965,000 KCSE students and CAPSEA all the best as they begin their national exams, and encourage them, Mr. Speaker, to do their best in their forthcoming exams of KCSE 2024, Mr. Speaker. Wish them good health, wish them good memory, Mr. Speaker. And they have to know, Mr. Speaker, that you must not get an A. You can get any grade, but if you are going at a particular direction, Mr. Speaker, God will be gracious and you can make life, especially to our KCSE students, Mr. Speaker, wherever they are. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment and thank the Committee of Finance and Budget. For the first time, the Finance and Budget Committee have made tremendous progress, Mr. Speaker. You remember after the Finance Bill 2024 flopped, there was an issue of reviewing our allocations to counties. Mr. Speaker, one of them was 401 billion. You remember after amendment by the National Assembly, it was reduced to 380 billion, which was way below before the last financial year of 385 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even on conditional grants, they went ahead and reduced, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say the National Assembly continues to violate the Constitution and defile the Constitution at all instances, Mr. Speaker, especially when it comes to allocation to counties. Mr. Speaker, while we agree there are challenges in our county governments because of corruption, because of lethargy, because of poor governance, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to, Mr. Speaker, to undermine devolution by reducing the money that will go to our devolved units, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank the Finance and Budget Committee, Mr. Speaker, and I can see a number of members in the House for the good job, Mr. Speaker, for rejecting this reduction. Mr. Speaker, as a former governor, many counties struggle to fulfill the basics of roads, bursary, water, access to drugs, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to agree, while we agree counties do not have the best, they don't do the job, Mr. Speaker, that should be done. For example, in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, in the financial year that we just concluded, my good friend, the governor, purchased a mass grave of 115 million, yet there is no location. When the county assembly asked Mr. Speaker, he said there was no need to buy mass grave site since the people did not die. But the money had been expended. The land that was being bought, Mr. Speaker, cannot be located, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, and yet 115 million was spent, Mr. Speaker. While we ask governors, Mr. Speaker, we give them the money, they must be accountable for those money, Mr. Speaker. Even and also be prudent in the resources that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker. For example, in my county, in the financial year 2023, 2022, 2023, 2024, my governor through foreign travels used 310 million according to Auditor General's report, Mr. Speaker. One of the foreign trips he went was to see how tarmac roads are being done to bitumen standards somewhere in China Corporation. In China, Mr. Speaker, yet we know county governments do not have capacity to build tarmac roads unless it is different in Migori, Mr. Speaker. He even went to see where Jesus Christ was born, Mr. Speaker. Yet for us who are Christians, believe that Jesus Christ should be born in our hearts, Mr. Speaker. So these are the challenges we ask governors, Mr. Speaker, at any given instances to use prudent the resources they have, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the cutting of that was the conditional allocation to the financial year 2024-2025 was to be decreased within 15.4 billion from 61 plus billion, Mr. Speaker, 61.9 to 46. I don't agree. Even on road maintenance levy fund, the 10 billion, Mr. Speaker, you remember we even sat over it, Mr. Speaker, even in our parliamentary group meeting, over this 10 billion, that this road maintenance levy fund must be given to counties, Mr. Speaker, so that they can do improvement infrastructure to the bitumen standards, to the tarmac, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from, like in Kapsabet town, in Nandi Hills town, in Maraba town, in Kabiyet, in Mosoria township, Mr. Speaker, where the contractor is doing a substandard job, Mr. Speaker, in Mosoria, where we are having a rechite like, Mr. Speaker, of a tarmac road in Mosoria, for example. Even in Kaptuma and Kobuja, Mr. Speaker, the county should be given this 10 billion through road maintenance levy fund, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there is value for this money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the counties like Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, they cannot construct their county headquarters, Mr. Speaker. This 523 million point one was to assist them. We did visit Isiolo. And we noticed, Mr. Speaker, the county headquarters construction has stalled because of the revenue allocation that we give counties like Elgeyo Marakwet, like Isiolo, like Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. They don't, and other counties, they don't have sufficient resources to allocate to the county headquarters. And therefore, there was a Solomonic reasoning as to why we gave them 523 million, Mr. Speaker, but this one was given zero. And you know the sad thing, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask the Finance and Budget Committee members who are here, I have not seen the chair, the Senator of Mandera, distinguished senator, that did they consult with the Finance and Budget Committee of the National Assembly? Because how did they remove 523.1 million meant for county headquarters, Mr. Speaker? Yet these counties continue to struggle, Mr. Speaker. Number three, Mr. Speaker, even on the issue of county aggregation and industrial parks, whereby the counties was to give 250 million, the national government was to match in similar amount, Mr. Speaker. Yet on this one of 2.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, it was supposed to be 4.5 billion so that we build industrial parks, Mr. Speaker. I notice a number of your visitors in the gallery, Mr. Speaker, are young people. They are looking for opportunities. They are looking for jobs. One of the way to grow this country, even moving from the third to first world by Liu Kim, Mr. Speaker, in the Singapore story, Mr. Speaker. The only way is to have manufacturing so that job opportunities can give to the young people, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this slashing of money going to aggregation centers that will affect Kilifi, will affect Nandi, will affect Vihiga, Mr. Speaker, yet they had agreed that 250 million is given by the national government, 250 million is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Another important thing, Mr. Speaker, that I found it weird and absolute, we are talking about universal health coverage, we are talking about SHIV, we are talking about SHIA, Mr. Speaker. Yet we cannot, the equity, Mr. Speaker, access universal health coverage, universal access to health, Mr. Speaker. You can see the president and the government and come up with what we call community health promoters. It was unwise for the National Assembly to cut this money, Mr. Speaker, only to 2.584 billion, which can compensate 86,133 CHPs, Mr. Speaker. Yet we had hired 107,831 community health promoters, Mr. Speaker. And these health promoters are like the extension officers that we have in counties, Mr. Speaker. These are the people who will go to Mashinani, Mr. Speaker. At our villages, Mr. Speaker, some of us come from where to access a health center, you take 5 kilometers. You access that health center, Mr. Speaker, there are no drugs. There is no medication. There is no service. These community health promoters, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to assist, Mr. Speaker, in accessing quality health care, Mr. Speaker. Say that things like, Mr. Speaker, you go to referral hospital or Eldoret, Moi Teaching a referral hospital. You get somebody who is in Eldoret, Moi Teaching a referral hospital, or Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital in Kisumu. The former, it was called Russian Hospital. You go to Coast General Hospital. You go to Nakuru PGH. You get in those referral hospital, even Mama Lucy, Mr. Speaker. And I saw Mama Lucy, I saw another story, Mr. Speaker, over the weekend in one of the leading stations, showing how 4 people are sleeping in one bed in Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital, Mr. Speaker. How can we alleviate that? If the Mama Lucy here hospital, 4 or 5 people, women, others were sleeping on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Those are countries that are medieval. It cannot happen in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. So how do you, with that is the reason they were community health promoters, Mr. Speaker. So that the people want to give birth. Some of us, Mr. Speaker, were not lucky. We were not born in hospitals like the Gen Z and the rest, Mr. Speaker. Some of us were under the mask of midwives in the villages. Mr. Speaker, no wonder we are very brilliant. Because the first time we were born into this world, we got a good slap and we were able to awaken to the reality of this world, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that is why where we are today. And that is why we thought by bringing CHP's community health promoters to the village level was very critical. And what happened in Mama Lucy over the weekend, and I'm happy the Senator of Nairobi, my good friend and Secretary General of Blood-Based Government is here, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot allow 4 people to sleep in one bed, Mr. Speaker. That is condemning. It should be condemned with the strongest possible terms, Mr. Speaker. And I hope after this, the Senator of Nairobi, who is my good friend, will request the health committee to do thorough inspection before Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital, Mr. Speaker, so that our people can get access to medical health care. So I disagree in totality, Mr. Speaker. Why would you, for example, I was talking about referral hospital, like Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker, here in Nairobi. Why would somebody who has normal cough or has normal malaria go to referral hospital like Moi Teaching a referral in Eldoret? If our healthcare system was functional in Vihiga, you don't need to amputate anybody to the Kisumu Referral Hospital, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, or Moi Teaching a Referral Hospital. I can see there is a Kakamega that is upcoming. I don't know whether it was handed over to the national government. I remember there was advanced conversation, and I hope it is handed over, because Moi Teaching a Referral Hospital is overwhelmed, Mr. Speaker. So on this issue of community health promoters, we must agree as a country, Mr. Speaker, that health is very critical. It is very important. In fact, what we should be doing is to add more community health promoters. Let them work with some basic dawa or some basic medicine. Let's go and check pressure. Mr. Speaker, are you aware? Most of our older people in our communities, even in Kilifi, are dying because of basic diseases like diabetes, like pressure, Mr. Speaker, things that can be treatable. Can we ensure these CHPs are well equipped to work into a village in Homa Bay and assist our parents, our old people, to take diabetes, to take pressure, Mr. Speaker? It is killing our people, the hypertension, because of lack of access and because we thought the CHPs, Mr. Speaker, would be important to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that they get access to quality medical care. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of museum. Mr. Speaker, this is just a basic Mr. Speaker. And then what interesting, they were court files. These people, it is money that has been collected by courts. And I know, Mr. Speaker, through you, the retired Justice Senator Stuart Malzayo understands this. These were court fees that had been collected. I don't know why people would want it to cut down, yet they should have been given, like the way cities and others impose fines within the courts that are within that particular, Mr. Speaker. Even in museum, we need to see Sinjatrophies. They were, Mr. Speaker, the history of medieval times. We need these young men and women need to know the history of Kenya. They need to know what is happening. When I come to Coast, we need to have proper museums in Kilifi, in Kwale, where we can understand about blue economy. When you come to Nandi, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to wish well the heroes of Kenya, including Koitalel Arap Samoe which I'm one of the remnants that is remaining, Mr. Speaker, that we are proud. Yes, and Jean Maria Serone, Mr. Speaker, the firebrand, among the 7 bearded sisters who built the foundation of this parliament, Mr. Speaker, that we need to celebrate our heroes. We need to learn. When I want to come to Coast, I want to go to museum and know Mekatilili Wamenza, who was she? What did she fight for? How was the past? Yes, those things that Stewart Masai, Senator, is saying, Mr. Speaker. When I want to learn about the history of Masai, I need to walk into a Narok museum and be able to understand how they ate, their cultures, their values. Why is it that Masai women are very beautiful, Mr. Speaker? But they are not as beautiful as from Nandi. Mr. Speaker, those are, we need to understand, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening across, Mr. Speaker, we need to be told, Mr. Speaker, the first railway I normally see here in Nairobi, how the first railway, the man-eaters of Savo, we need to understand. And it can only happen within the county setup, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, was on the road maintenance levy fund, that is 10 billion, Mr. Speaker. I want to still insist, Kera and Kura are unconstitutional. They are illegal road bodies. And in fact, I want to agree, I know there is a matter in court, Mr. Speaker, on this matter. Kera and Kura are unconstitutional. It should be scrapped. It can neither be national roads or county roads, Mr. Speaker. We are tired. You find a road is being done by Kera, the governor comes and puts a signpost that is done by the county. A road done by county, Kura comes and put it, Mr. Speaker. Let the road maintenance levy fund of 10 billion go to counties so that counties can improve their centers, Mr. Speaker. We want when you are working in center in Mandera, Mr. Speaker, anywhere in Homa Bay, in Kakamega, in Kilifi, in Kwale, in Lamu, Mr. Speaker, those centers can be improved by the counties because that 10 million through roads maintenance levy fund should be given, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes very easy. Let us, Mr. Speaker, and I think the only way we can agree the functionality of national trunk roads, transboundary roads, is by having only Kenya National Highway Authority. But for Kera and Kura, we should avoid this duplication, Mr. Speaker. And that is why it is important, Mr. Speaker, that the transfer of functions under fourth schedule in our Constitution 2010, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. Why do we have Kera and have Kura? Yet most of those small centers, Mr. Speaker, just in 1 second, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, allow me to support this motion and thank the Finance and Budget for rejecting these amendments. And I also reject in total, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, before I allow the next speaker to take to the floor, allow me to make the following communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of Kabianga University in Kericho County, comprising of 6 lecturers and 100 students. Now, honorable senators, in keeping with our tradition of warmly welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegation, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a productive and enjoyable visit. I thought I saw the Senator for Kericho. I will, in his absence, I will allow the majority whip under 1 minute to extend the word of welcome to the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the honor to acknowledge the presence in the House today of this delegation. Mr. Speaker, the importance of education, and especially university education, cannot be gainsaid. I want to welcome them and encourage the students and the lecturers, of course, to ensure that they should not just be at the university, but they should come out of the university with quality education. Lecturers, we want to appeal to you as the leadership of this country that we are starting to have a culture of fake degrees from River Road. This must be checked, and you are at the center of it. Secondly, we have had many people complain, Mr. Speaker, about buying of marks by students, ending up giving us half-baked professionals. This, as leadership of the country, we cannot accept or entertain. I therefore want to invite them, to find time to see the quality of leadership in this House and in this history of Parliament. The best legislators have always been people with good education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome.
Thank you. The Honorable Beatrice Kenya.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to welcome the team from the university. Honorable Speaker, there's some research that recently came my way that says,
Honorable Beatrice Kenya,
Yeah.
you have the floor to contribute to that motion. The delegation has already been in, yes. They've already been welcomed.
thank you, Honorable
Proceed to
Speaker.
contribute on the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand down that chance. I will do the next time.
Thank you. Honorable Abbas Sheikh Mohammed. Senator Abbas, the floor is yours, Senator Abbas. You may proceed to
Thank you.
contribute to this motion.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I'm actually interrupted by consultation. Honorable Speaker, I wish to contribute to this mediation. Consideration of the reduction of money for the counties. Honorable Speaker, I think what I'm saying now is that our counterparts have now not been very serious on these issues. One thing you know, Honorable Speaker, the Senate funds for the Senate has already been reduced so greatly. The fund going to counties are reduced. So while the National Assembly is looking for more money for their CDF, the National Government Constituency Fund, they keep on reducing funds for the counties and funds for the Senate and other institutions. Honorable Speaker, 85% of this money, of the national money that has been collected from the taxpayers, is going to National Assembly, national government operations. But unfortunately, even the counties have received less than what they were supposed to get. Already 20 billion has been reduced for the money that we allocated, though now it is with the mediation committee. Honorable Speaker, one thing I can say is that the road maintenance levy is reduced by 10.5 billion shillings. Honorable, as you are aware, it's only the Kenya that comes under the national government. Kura is actually doing the work on in the municipalities. Municipality belongs to the counties. And therefore, that fund should have even gone earlier to the counties. The second one is, again, Kera. That is also rural roads. That is within the mandate of the counties. And this same fund has been reduced by 10.5 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, as a result of the previous El Nino, so many roads have been damaged, and most of the roads in the rural areas are not potable today. And therefore, reduce this fund actually has not been fair. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, minerals in this country is not found in the national office. It is found in the community lands. Land owned by the communities is where we find the minerals. And most of this land is actually managed by the counties. And therefore, that money was again reduced 1.1 billion shillings. I think this is not fair, that we need to get even more money, that the money that is being actually generated from within the areas of the counties should go back and belong back to the counties. One other thing is the funds for the court fines was also reduced $30 million, 30 million shillings. This is also not in order. Three, Honorable Speaker, there are counties that have not, are still living in the old county council offices. The county of Tharaka-Nithi, Lamu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, and some of the offices have not been done up to now, 12 years down the line. Therefore, it is not fair for the money for the 528 million shillings to be removed from the budget. Those guys are living actually in makeshifts. Honorable Speaker, one other thing is the issue to do with the community health workers. The community health workers actually is actually very important community services and health services that makes these same people that have been engaged the other day have not been paid. And what they're getting is just a minimum money. It's just a very peanut, 5,000 shillings per month. But however, it means a lot to the Kenyans, especially in the rural areas. This money, these people who have been employed now are able to reach every household within the rural areas. Honorable Speaker, I think that it's not been fair now to reduce the money. I think that it has been done, that they reduced from 3.2 billion to 2.5 billion. That's 1 billion shillings difference. Those people actually are employed. They even don't have means of transport. They do work on their own. They hire borders, and they're not able to get even their salaries in time. Therefore, reducing that base of money for the health workers, government health workers, is actually also not acceptable. Honorable Speaker, I think what is happening in our National Assembly is to provoke this House. What is happening is actually to see that counties are not to work. What they're saying is that I think what they want to do is they want us to do away with the counties, and that should not be happening. Therefore, this House has a responsibility to defend the counties, and the money must be brought back to them, so all the counties must get their right resources. With those few remarks, I beg to reject the amendments of your Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to join my colleagues to support the report by the Finance and Budget Committee to reject amendments by National Assembly. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it looks like our colleagues in National Assembly, they really don't know what happens at the counties. And the first thing when they get such a report, the first item they want to slash to reduce is what goes to the counties, Honorable Speaker. You know, some of us, about 11 of us in this House, Honorable Speaker, were members of National Assembly from 2013 to 2022. And now when you come here, you realize the need for protecting the devolution, protecting the counties, and giving them resources. Because, Honorable Speaker, there are no people in the counties, and we don't have others for national government. These are the same people that we serve, and I believe it is important that maybe we need to engage very closely with our colleagues in National Assembly so that they understand, so that they give priority in terms of resource allocation to the counties. This is actually one of the reasons why maybe as a House, we need to fight and agitate for budget making process to come to this House so that it goes to the two houses, Honorable Speaker, because they believe because they have that weapon, they can do whatever they do, and we go into mediation, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine last year, we sent 385 billion to the counties, and now we had agreed and raised to 400.1 billion. Now they have reduced to 380 billion. I mean, these are not serious. And at the same time, they are raising the resources that are going to national government, CDF and GAV. Honorable Speaker, this is serious. In fact, I want to touch a few items. Our colleagues have talked about early this year, because of the universal health coverage and the SHA issues on shift, we employed close to about 100,000 community health promoters. The national government are contributing 2,500, and the counties 2,500, making 5,000. This is not even salary, Honorable Speaker, because the minimum wage is way above 15,000, but this is just a stipend, an allowance for them to move around. And they have reduced to 2.58 billion. So it means there are some CHPs, community health promoters, who are already helping our people on the ground, and they'll go without allowance. How do they expect them to support? Basically, it means some villages, some communities will not have community health promoters to do the basic health issues, Honorable Speaker. So this we reject, and we have to return back what they removed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, another issue that I wanted to touch on is road maintenance levy fund. This is a fund that the other day, the CS Transport and Roads cassetted and they increased from 18 shillings per liter to 25 shillings per liter. And our colleagues have removed over 10 billion. If anything, they should actually have doubled and send this money to the counties so that our roads, feeder roads within the counties are motorable. Our farmers are able to take the produce to the market. We're able to take our animals to also to the market, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we refuse this. And we have said, Kura basically is domiciled in our municipalities. What business do we have to send this money to Kura? We should send the money to basically our counties. Honorable Speaker, Kera, it reads Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Where is rural? Is rural in national government or it's in the counties, especially interior roads? So this money must go to our counties, Honorable Speaker, and we demand that their reinstatement of the 10.5, and if possible, we raise it maybe to 15 billion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue we have talked about. We need to have industrial parks within our counties to spur the economy, to generate employment for our youth. And there was a conditional grant of 250 million for each of our counties that they had already identified a piece of land to put up the industrial parks, and the counties contribute 250 million. Honorable Speaker, Elgeyo Marakwet County already, our MCAs had agreed with the executive of the county and set aside 250 million. You can imagine now, this money from the national portion, national government portion has been removed. So what will happen? So it means basically our youth will continue missing opportunities of employment opportunities, Honorable Speaker. So basically, we need this money to be reinstated so that we can generate employment. You know what happened here, sometimes June this year, 25th, even 27th. Our youth were they came to parliament because they were angry with us. They are demanding for opportunities. So we should not give them another opportunity to come back to parliament, Honorable Speaker. We need to reinstate the resources that are going to the counties. Honorable Speaker, we have talked about health also. Our hospitals don't have resources. During COVID, we gave money to the counties to do ICUs. And if you go around the counties now, Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised that they are not reporting that they have ICU beds. What happened to the resources that we also sent, the conditional grants that we gave out during COVID time? Those ICUs, what their counties are complaining about is they don't have resources. They don't have nurses who are specifically trained or to operate ICUs. So we need more resources so that our counties can have ICU beds, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I was surprised that, Honorable Speaker, there are 5 counties, the 2012, 2013, 14, they were given resources to put up county headquarters. Elgeyo Marakwet County was not one of them. Elgeyo Marakwet County, the county headquarters and the county assemblies are in preserves, and they have continued to be there. In fact, I have met the finance committee several times. We have discussed with the devolution committee, Honorable Speaker, that we need to allocate additional conditional grants to our counties, especially those who do not have county headquarters or modern county assemblies, Honorable Speaker. But National Assembly goes ahead and even removes from the first 5 counties that they were given, the county headquarters are not complete. If you go to Tarakanidhi, our colleague Mofa is here, he said the thing is incomplete. It's a shell. So basically, by not giving them what had been proposed, we are saying let the projects continue to stall. I mean, this is unfair. In fact, they're becoming more expensive to complete the projects because of our insensitivity of not allocating the resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to be champions of devolution. And to be champions of devolution is to reject anything that reduces resources that are going to our counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are those other functions that are supposed, Honorable Speaker, to be handed to the counties, and the resources must follow the functions. How can we now reduce further instead of giving out more resources? Last year, the libraries were given out to the counties, resources followed, and this year I'm told they are removing it. So how do they expect the libraries within the counties to pay the employees, to buy new books, and ensure the libraries have adequate books for our young people to go and read and do research? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the report and say we reject these amendments, and we also urge our colleagues who will be in the mediation committee, put your foot down, don't accept anything less than, if it is the worst, maybe the 391 they had proposed earlier. Otherwise, we need to go back to 400 billion so that our counties can function. And we want to give notice to the CS, also National Treasury, who was our colleague in National Assembly, that please, the law is very clear. Resources must be sent by the 15th of every month, the counties. Since July this year, Honorable Speaker, our counties have not received any resources from the exchequer. How do they expect them to function? How do they expect them to pay salaries? The reason why we have a lot of pending bills within the counties, it is because of this. Another issue is own source revenue also. We need to give also our governors notice. They need to put in proper systems, revenue systems, so that they can collect. Some of them are still collecting manually. And if they collect manually, you expect to know, to know where that the funds are going to go to. We actually support that we can have one unified revenue management system for the counties, just the way they have IBMIS for expenditure, so that they seal any loopholes, any leakages for revenue collection. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the report and reject the amendments from National Assembly. Thank you.
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to also add a voice on this report that was tabled in the House by our Committee on Finance and Budget. The Speaker, from the onset, I wish to state that from very many fronts, devolution has come under attack. The Speaker, you will realize even from the comments of other senators that every county government in Kenya is crying for disbursements from the National Treasury. Because the Speaker, and it was tested before, when some of us were toddlers, and I think Senator Alwale was a grown-up man at that time, the best way of killing devolution was to starve the majimbo of funding. It is being repeated now, Mr. Speaker, that it seems like there is a concerted effort to deny funds to the devolved units of government so that we can kill devolution. The Speaker talked about giving a dog a bad name so that you can kill it. The Speaker, it is clear in our statutes, the Speaker, if there is any disparity or any deficit in the national budget, then you don't touch the allocation to county governments. That the national government takes care of the shortfall in revenue, and you don't touch the allocation to county governments. Now, Speaker, I want to go to the specifics of the report by our committee and begin from the onset to say I am in total support of this report in rejection of the proposed amendments by the National Assembly. So, Speaker, you begin with the construction of the county headquarters. And we know that this is a conversation that we had even during the original debate for DORA. And we had said then what will happen is that this financial year, 24-25, the money that has been allocated of 525, that was supposed to be the final allocation to the 5 counties that were given some preferential treatment for the construction of county headquarters, and that if there was going to be a shortfall and they were unable to complete those headquarters, then they were supposed to look for their own other sources of completing the county headquarters. The Speaker, that allocation of 528.1 million has been reduced to 0. Speaker, the net effect of that is that then those county headquarters in the 5 counties, including Isiolo, Nyandarua, I think Lamu, Tharaka Nithi, what it means then is that those county headquarters, their construction then will continue being white elephants in those counties, and a lot of money has been sunk into them. The Speaker, but the most worrying thing about the proposal by the National Assembly to reduce allocations to county governments is in the areas of the share of mineral royalties. Speaker, I want this House to remember, and Senator Alwale would benefit from this because I believe that in Kakamega, there are some mineral resources that are extracted from there. There's gold, he says. You know, this is already realized revenue. It's revenue that is already realized. It's being collected. There is money. And then we are saying that the royalties of the gold that Senator Alwale is talking about from Kakamega, that is supposed to be allocated to Kakamega County, then they get 0 out of it. The Speaker, if you ask me, and I don't know which better word I would use, this is actually a proposal that is inviting us to participate in the theft of resources from county governments to the national government. Mr. Speaker, whatever happens, the royalties, the mineral royalties that are shared to the counties where these mines are, at the very least, that amount should remain in the counties, even if for anything else, to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, they are utilized for the development of infrastructure around the mines, even construction of hospitals or roads leading to the mines. Mr. Speaker, that money should not be touched. Mr. Speaker, the other area is in the area of the Road Maintenance Levy Fund, the RMLF. A whopping 10.5 billion Kenya shillings is being reduced to 0. As a Speaker, you know that this fund is established by an act of parliament. And that act of parliament stipulates how the fund will be rolled out. That act of parliament, the Speaker, dictates that both county governments and the national government will take responsibility in maintenance of roads assigned to them. So, Mr. Speaker, if you take away 10.5 billion Kenya shillings from RMLF allocated to counties, what funds will the counties use to maintain roads in their respective jurisdictions? Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I want to stand with the Committee on Finance of the Senate and say that, Mr. Speaker, we should totally reject the proposals to amend the allocations to counties and stick to what we had discussed in Dora, that counties will get their 400 billion Kenya shillings to roll out their functions. And the Speaker, as I conclude, I also want to call upon the Treasury, National Treasury, to ensure that they expedite the release of funds to counties. Speaker, all of us come from counties. We represent the interests of our counties. The Speaker, I can confirm to this House, and I know I'm preaching to the converted, that, Mr. Speaker, the level of suffering in the counties, the county governments, is unbearable. Staff have gone for months without pay. In fact, the Speaker, I know of a county that I will not disclose for now, that the MCRs are actually now threatening to down their tools and stop operations because they have not earned their salaries for the last 3 months. Mr. Speaker, if really this administration, and I see Senator Cherargei all the time telling us that the Kenya Kwanza administration stands for devolution, is very keen on devolution. If this administration really cares about devolution, then, Mr. Speaker, we should hasten the release of funds to county governments. There are no drugs in hospitals. The staff are not being paid their monthly dues. Mr. Speaker, the roads are seriously dilapidated. The supply of water in those counties, Mr. Speaker, basically nothing is happening in our county governments. What these people are doing in the county government is maybe just collecting on-source revenue and paying small little things like fueling cars, moving around. Basically nothing is happening in our counties, Mr. Speaker. I call upon this administration to prioritize the release of funds to county governments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mofire.
Register my dissatisfaction with the way the National Assembly is handling devolution. Mr. Speaker, our role as a Senate is purely to protect devolution, and it seems there is some prolonged rivalry between the National Assembly and the counties. Mr. Speaker, the two entities normally receive money at various capacity, at various forms. But Mr. Speaker, you notice that the National Assembly, I don't know for what reasons, their intention throughout the 12 years of devolution is to cripple counties. I don't know, Honorable Speaker, that is one way of diluting our objective as a Senate, because the core responsibility of this House, Honorable Speaker, is protect devolution. And it is quite disheartening, Honorable Speaker, to notice that we have counties are really suffering. Because if you go to my county, Raganidi County, which was among the counties that were incepted without the county headquarters, has been without headquarters for the last 12 years, Honorable Speaker. And the county up to now, it's a shell, it's a makeshift, it's just a white elephant. The money was poured there. The building has not been completed. I'm very sure that is what is happening in other counties like Lamu, other counties like, I think Nyandarua, I think they are Nyandarua and Isiolo. You know, Honorable Speaker, there is absolute resolve to cripple devolution, Honorable Speaker. And it is the high time, Honorable Speaker, as a House, we must stamp authority over what is supposed to be executed by this House, Honorable Speaker, and make sure that the devolution is properly and is strongly protected for that matter. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Committee on Finance that our resolve
to give counties money must stand, and we may not be able to accept any other arrangements where the National Assembly would sit down and slash money meant for counties, Honorable Speaker. Quite a number of activities, quite a number of projects, quite a number of departments are now devolved. It is very saddening, Honorable Speaker, today, if you go to counties, counties are turned out to be just shells, no operations, no anything. People have gone without salaries for months. So, Honorable Speaker, I think we must make a statement through the checker, the Treasury, that we are subjecting these counties to total suffering, and it's important, Honorable Speaker, that we register our dissatisfaction to that effect. And Honorable Speaker, if you go to counties like Tharaka-Nithi and so many other counties that I don't want to mention, you know, government has been relying on overdraft from banks, from some local arrangements with the local banks to pay salaries. So I don't know, Honorable Speaker, for what reasons do we have to subject our people to this level of suffering? And it's important, Honorable Speaker, we must make sure that as a house, because that is our core business, to protect devolution, to give the necessary oversight over those funds, that we must be called upon the Treasury and the Exchequer and the government itself to make sure that our counties are functional, and to make sure that they are aware of funded, because all the department, Honorable Speaker, all the activities are carried in counties. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Senator Cherargei. You know, I don't know for what reason. I think we must have some arrangements where, you know, the National Assembly has absorbed the role of everything. The CARA, you know, the roles that are done even in counties. The government has no say. The member of parliament will say, this is my project, Kura, this is my project, anything that is being brought to counties, the National Assembly will want to lay some hands and claim its ownership. Honorable Speaker, I don't know for what reasons that the National Assembly has absorbed the role of every activity in deep in counties. Honorable Speaker, we must stand our ground and make sure that we protect devolution. And for that matter, I agree with the Committee on Finance, make sure that we retain our 400 billion money that is meant for counties, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Kinyo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Nataka kwanza kupongeza kamati yetu ya fedha ya Seneti kwa kazi nzuri Bwana Spika wanayoitekeleza. Lakini Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, kwa sababu ukiangalia hela ambazo kamati hiyo ilikuwa imetenga. Mswada huu ulipoenda katika bunge la kitaifa, walipunguza hizi hela kwa bilioni 46.5 Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ni kana kwamba waelewi mambo ya ugatuzi yanavyoendelea Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu baada ya kupunguza pesa hizi kwa kiwango hiki Bwana Spika, unaona majengo ambayo yalipaswa kujengwa katika county zetu headquarter Bwana Spika, unapaswa sasa, hakuna hela zozote Bwana Spika zimebaki Bwana Spika. Vile vile Bwana Spika, ukitembea wakati huu katika gatuzi zetu zote za humu nchini, unapata barabara ziko katika hali mbovu kabisa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu mvua tayari imeziadhiri, lakini bunge la kitaifa Bwana Spika hawana hata ile njia ya kuangalia ni kupunguza hela ambazo zinaenda katika gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika, kupunguza kwa bilioni 10.5 Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ukitembea katika gatuzi zetu unapata hakuna barabara Bwana Spika. Vile vile kwa sababu tunategemea hela hizi kwa ununuzi wa madawa Bwana Spika, unapata hospitali zetu hazina madawa Bwana Spika, watu hawajalipwa Bwana Spika, na ilhali kazi yetu kama Seneti ni kulinda na kutetea gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, hatutakubaliana na mtu yoyote atakayekuwa kazi yake ni kujaribu kupunguza hela ama kuonyesha kana kwamba yeye anapigana Bwana Spika na ugatuzi. Bwana Spika, kamati yetu ilijitolea Bwana Spika, na vile vile kuleta maendeleo katika sehemu zetu za mashinani Bwana Spika. Unapata kuna vile viwanda vidogo vidogo ambavyo vilipaswa vitengenezwe Bwana Spika. Mfano ukitembea kama Rumuruti, tayari tulikuwa tumetenga sehemu ambayo itakayotumika ndio kuweza kutengeneza hivi viwanda vidogo Bwana Spika. Lakini pesa ambazo zilikuwa zimewekwa na kamati yetu bilioni 5.2 zilipunguzwa mpaka bilioni 2 Bwana Spika. Unapata yale mambo ambayo yangefanywa na zile hela yamepungua, hata mengine hayataweza kutendeka Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba hii kamati yetu hii kamati yetu ya seneti ilifanya kazi nzuri, lakini wenzetu wa bunge la kitaifa wanaonekana, Bwana Spika, wao ni kupinga ugatuzi usiendelee. Bwana Spika, mimi nafikiria pengine wanapinga ndio hii CDF waweze kufanya hiyo kazi ile ambayo ingefanywa na magavana, Bwana Spika, lakini hatutakubali Bwana Spika. Ukiangalia hata wale wasaidizi wa wauguzi katika pale nyanjani, Bwana Spika, kwa Kiingereza wanaitwa CHPs, hawajalipwa Bwana Spika, wanasononeka, wanazunguka na ilhali wanafanya kazi nzuri. Bwana Spika, ukiangalia seneti ilikuwa imewatengia bilioni 5.2. Bwana Spika, wale ambao ni wabunge la kitaifa wakapunguza Bwana Spika, bila kuangalia kwamba kazi nzuri wale wafanyikazi wa nyanjani wa afya wanayofanya pale nyanjani. Nakumbuka hii ni sehemu kubwa ambayo imetengwa, na hawa ndio tunakaotegemea, kwa sababu kabla mtu hajaenda hospitalini Bwana Spika, anapaswa kuonekana na hawa maafisa wa afya wa nyanjani. Lakini unapata pesa ambazo zilikuwa zimetengwa bilioni 5.2 imepunguzwa mpaka bilioni 2.5 Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka Bwana Spika, sisi tusimame kidete na wale ambao kamati ambayo itatengenezwa ili waweze kuelewana Bwana Spika, wasibanduke, wasimame kidete, wakae vile ambavyo seneti ilisema, kwa sababu kazi kuu ya seneti Bwana Spika ni kuilinda na kuzitetea gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Na mtu yoyote Bwana Spika, ukimuuliza katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, atakwambia ukitembea katika gatuzi zetu kazi zimeonekana kufanywa Bwana Spika. Pengine unapata mahali ambapo hakungetengenezwa barabara yote Bwana Spika, kunapatikana barabara, daraja inaonekana imetengenezwa na gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Hata sehemu zingine unapata hali ya afya imeweza kuimarishwa na gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Lakini Bwana Spika, ikiwa hatutawapatia hela zozote Bwana Spika, tutakuwa hata sisi kama seneti Bwana Spika tumezembea na tumelemewa katika kazi yetu. Lakini Bwana Spika, mimi najua ya kwamba kamati inayoongozwa na Roba imefanya kazi nzuri, pamoja na wale kamati wengine wanafanya kazi nzuri. Wale ambao wanataka kutukata miguu ni hii jumba la kitaifa, National Assembly Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono na nataka kusema asanti kwa kamati yetu ya seneti ya fedha ambayo ilifanya kazi nzuri. Nashukuru na nasema asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Osot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also make my presentation on this very important bill, which is the County Additional Allocation Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, as you know that this bill is supposed to allocate additional funds to counties, apart from the shareable revenue, which we allocate through other pieces of legislation. And as the other members have said, that this bill is actually designed to reduce the monies that we had passed in the earlier bill that we had passed in this house. They are reducing the money that we had passed to the industrial parks, which were 250 million for each county. Now they are reducing it to 105 million for each county. They are further reducing the money that we passed to go to community health promoters. They are actually removing all the money that is supposed to go to mineral royalties. They are also doing the same to road maintenance, fuel levy, and also the court fines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there is any evidence that the National Assembly is the biggest threat to devolution in this country, this is one of the evidence, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly is the biggest threat to devolution in this country. And something has to be done about this, Mr. Speaker. And that's something will be done by us, senators, I think we need to sit down, caucus, and find out ways of stopping the National Assembly from being the real enemies of devolution in this country. If you go ahead and reduce money that is supposed to go to counties in the division of revenue bill from 400 to 380 billion, and you stay in that county, what are you doing? Some of these members of parliament want to become governors. Some want to become senators. How will they govern counties which have less money, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I think we have to call out the National Assembly. I'm even informed, Mr. Speaker, that the JLAC committee of the National Assembly has come up with a bill, the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2024, where they are questioning the existence of two houses of parliament. They are questioning the existence of Senate. That is very shameful, Mr. Speaker. And that committee has serious members that I respect. People like Murungara, people like Otienda Molo, respectable lawyers in this country. They must be told that you cannot remove Senate by a mere committee in the National Assembly. You have to go to the referendum, Mr. Speaker, and seek the views of Kenyans on how to do it. It is clearly stipulated under Article 255 of the Constitution that any amendment touching on devolution has to go to the people via referendum. So all these designs, Mr. Speaker, are being done after the court issued a ruling on CDF. And I want to agree with the courts. The members of parliament have no business managing funds. They only have three functions, Mr. Speaker: legislation, oversight, and representation. They have no business moving around, building schools, using public money and telling people, this is our money. They have no business moving around, doing roads. They are not engineers. They are legislators, Mr. Speaker. I think I agree with the courts that CDF should be a devolved fund and should not be managed by members of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it saddens me that the community health promoters, they do a wonderful job in our villages. They are moving around, looking for the sick people in the villages at very minimal fee, Mr. Speaker. And now this house passed money to the CHPs. And then the members of parliament do not see what the CHPs are doing. They go ahead and cut their money. That means that the stipend that is paid to the CHPs is going to reduce. Like in my county, the stipend is going to reduce by 9 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. That means each CSP is going to earn 500 shillings less that he has been getting. That little money that they have been getting, Mr. Speaker, is going to go down by 500 shillings. Members of parliament who come from my county, I see them all the time walking around with the CHPs, asking them to even do some tasks for them. And then they come to this house and they reduce the money that is supposed to go to the CHP. Mr. Speaker, I say, shame on them. Shame on them. They have gone ahead and reduced the money that is supposed to go to road maintenance fuel levy. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. They have gone ahead and removed all the money that counties are supposed to get from court fines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. The industrial parks have not taken off in most counties. Mr. Speaker, in my own county, they launched the industrial park at Luanda. This industrial park, nothing apart from the groundbreaking which was done by Moses Kuria, nothing has taken off because there is no money. The money that is supposed to be given by the county assembly has not been approved. The national government has not sent any money. And now we were to get 250 million. Now it is going to be reduced further to 105 million. This project, Mr. Speaker, it is a wonderful idea, but I am worried that this project is going to be a white elephant. Because if you have members of parliament who sit there and look at this project and they don't see any sense, they go and reduce the money, then this project, we don't see it succeeding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about the National Assembly reducing the money that is meant for additional allocation, we must also talk about what is happening in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our counties are not functional. They are not functional. The governors are now staying in Nairobi. The CECs for finance and CEOs are staying in Nairobi because there is no money. And even the little money they have gotten lately for July, they are unable to access it because of the inefficiency at the Office of the Controller of Budget. So they are basically here in Nairobi, moving from Treasury, going to COB, and going back to their liaison offices here in Nairobi. And staff are not being paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit here pretty as senators, and our counties are not functional because money has not been sent to them. Article 219 of the Constitution is very clear that the shareable revenue should be sent to the counties without undue delay and without deduction. If you go for 4 months, 5 months without receiving the money from the national government, Mr. Speaker, this is already a violation of Article 219 of the Constitution. Honorable members, honorable senators, I think we must do something extraordinary. I remember the senates that came before us. At one point, they went to court and they marched to the CJ's office, Mr. Speaker. That was a serious commitment towards ensuring that Article 96 of the Constitution is complied with. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about this, we must also re-examine Article 249 of the Constitution, our role in the process of budget making. Mr. Speaker, we must revisit this article of the Constitution because it's very clear that Parliament, and Parliament includes both the Senate and the National Assembly, shall allocate funds to commission and independent offices. And we have over 12 commissions, Mr. Speaker. That is already a law that we have been given by the Constitution in budget making process. Why are we not taking up that, Mr. Speaker? So that at least we have a voice in the budget making process. Because the National Assembly has taken advantage of its powers to try and frustrate us. I think it is important for us to lay a claim on Article 249 of the Constitution and say that any budget that is passed without adherence to Article 249 of the Constitution, that budget is null and void and is illegal. Mr. Speaker, I think this House must rise to the occasion and demonstrate that we are the true defenders of Article 96 of the Constitution, which provides that Senate exists to protect counties. We talk about it here, but we do very little. I think it's a high time we had a Kamkunji and discuss these things, Mr. Speaker, before we are elbowed out by the enemies of devolution who sit in the National Assembly. And every day they're thinking on how to derail the Senate. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the report by the Finance Committee and totally reject the bill from the National Assembly.
Senator Okoit Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the occasion to contribute to this report, which I fully support. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of revenue taken down to counties is at the heart of the Kenyan state, because the Kenyan state is defined as divided in the counties given in the first schedule. That territory is supposed to be governed by both the national and the county governments. And in the allocation of their shares, 15% of the total revenue, at least 15% is supposed to be devolved. But in the usual machinations of the National Assembly, when they enacted the CRA Act, they defined revenue available to counties as excluding certain revenues. So already they went against the constitutional position to reduce the amount of money that's supposed to be devolved as an automatic percentage. Number two, they deliberately lag behind in terms of approved auditing the accounts, the approved the audited accounts, such that when we come to divide this money that comes out in the division of revenue, we work behind. We are behind by so much times, and you'll find that the budget of the current year has grown by leaps and bounds, but we are using a budget that's about 4 or 5 years late. So all those things have turned out to frustrate the amount of money that goes to counties. Over and above that, Mr. Speaker, sir, they come up with these machinations where they think that the counties are at their mercy, and so they should reduce the money on the whim. There is no study, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the National Assembly has presented to this House to show that the reductions are scientific. It's not an art. These are facts and figures. What is informing their figures when they say they are going to go down? Ours at least were informed by the Commission on Revenue Allocation and stuff like that. We have got studies that have been done on the ground why we need this money to go down and as additional funds to deal with this and that. You don't have any scientific data that the National Assembly has used to arrive at a position that the allocations should be reduced. And that's why it should be rejected with a resounding no from this House, because it is a document authored on the whims of men, and men who think that they can roll or wrap this country around their small finger and still all will be well with them. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the amounts of money being allocated to these counties, they're just millions of shillings. I've not seen any county, most of the counties are just being given millions of shillings. In fact, some are just in tens of millions, very few in hundreds. So you wonder why would anybody want to interfere with the very little money that is going to these counties? Mr. Speaker, sir, I pray that the rejection of the proposals by the National Assembly be upheld by this House, and we go by the earlier position, whereby the counties at least get the money that the Senate has struggled to allocate them. This attempt, when the Finance Bill 2024 was rejected by the Gen Z and other Kenyans, and His Excellency the President conceded by returning it back to Parliament, That should have been an exercise that went alongside the budget or the Appropriation Act. That Appropriation Act survived in the absence of the finance bill that was supposed to finance it. And that's where the problem begins. We should have gone back to the drawing board and done a good thing. Because from where I come from, ideologically, not ethnically, regionally, or even sharing some roads with Khalwale, but where I come from ideologically and where I don't share much with Khalwale, it is very clear, Honorable Senator Khalwale, don't get offense, just a statement of fact, we don't share much ideologically. But from where I come from ideologically, it is said that if something is worth doing, it is worth doing well. And so, if the president got convinced that the Finance Act that was supposed to finance his budget had a problem, then he should have rejected both the finance bill and also the appropriation bill for the current budget cycle, so that Parliament would go back and look at the two bills and then proceed to see what can be done, what adjustments can be made. But when he rejected one and ascended to one into the other into law, then we create this quagmire whereby we are saying, starve so and so, starve so and so to finance so and so. The other thing, my lord, Mr. Speaker, sir, our budget, also from where I sit, I always do a spreadsheet analysis of these budgets. And already we had identified more than 100 billion shillings in that budget that the president signed into law. That is basically money that has got no functions to perform. What the National Assembly should have done then would be to sit down with a tooth comb through the budget, remove what has become, in popular parlance, called budgetary corruption. There are very, very many things that are loaded into that budget by the Treasury that really serve no purpose. And if we did a cleanup of the budget, Madam Speaker, sorry, when I began, it was Mr. Speaker, sir, now I can see it's Madam Speaker. I don't know if I'm allowed to switch. I continue with Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I be guided, please? Can I speak? I ask Majority Leader to guide me, to inform me, just for this one time in the universe. Kindly, Majority Leader, guide me.
You have to refer to Madam Speaker.
Okay,
clear
I'm
on
well
that.
guided. You know, I like being guided when I don't know, I'm very honest. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying, if we were to carry out a forensic audit of the budget, we would not have to go to a point of saying, cut this, cut that. We would simply say, get out the dead weight, clean it up. And you'll find that you would have even more money to add to the counties. And I think maybe that's what the president had in mind, if I may give him some latitude and the benefit of doubt. I believe that that could be what His Excellency had in mind when he decided to cut out the finance bill, but retain the Appropriation Act. So that when he sent it back for a relook, the National Assembly should not be looking at simply cutting here and there. It should have looked at the question of cleaning up that budget. It should have looked at the question of eliminating audited budgetary corruption. And I can volunteer that there are monies there which I said we have isolated in me and my team, more than 100 billion shillings that are in that budget, which is much more than what we are trying to cut here. that is being stolen, that's just being put there to be carried away. So, Madam Speaker, it's my position that as the committee has recommended a total rejection of what the National Assembly has done, we speak with one voice in a bipartisan manner, and we make sure that what should be done is for Parliament to set up a special purpose committee to go and look at that budget, ferret out corruption, and give us a lean and clean budget that will have excess money that can again be added to the counties, not what we are having right now. Madam Speaker, Senator Osoti, while contributing, made a very, very important installment in reference to Article 249, Clause 3, which requires this House to participate in the budget-making process, and specifically as regards constitutional commissions and independent officers. But there's also Article 239 on the security institutions, which requires Parliament to participate in every aspect of the security, the national security organs. Part of it is their budgets. I don't remember seeing the budget of the military or the budget of the police come to the Senate for scrutiny and approval. Yet Article 239 or 36, around there, requires that matters concerning national security organs shall be adjudicated by Parliament. And Parliament, as Senator Osoti rightly observed, includes the Senate and the National Assembly. So there are very many things there. If you go to Article 221 of the Constitution, you will find that the budget of the Parliamentary Service Commission is among the budget estimates that are taken to the National Assembly when the budget is being estimates are being considered. How then does the Senate participate in the budget of Parliament if it is not allowed to participate in the budget making process? So the budget of the Parliamentary Service Commission cannot be adjudicated or be determined just by the National Assembly alone. Also, under Article 221, they bring in the budget of the judiciary. We have got three arms of government that check each other. How does the Senate participate in checking the judiciary if we don't look at the budget of the judiciary? So there are very, very many provisions in the Constitution that require us to participate as a House in the budget making process. Otherwise, we become irrelevant. And maybe we should get to a point whereby we need to look at all the laws that were made after 2013 in terms of public finance. That's why the problem is the Public Finance Management Act was enacted by the National Assembly alone in 2012. After 2013, there have been many amendments that were made that technically took away the powers of this House. For example, there's the question of the CEO of the Parliamentary Service Commission, whom the Constitution clearly says is the clerk of the Senate, and the Speaker of the National Assembly is the chair. When you go to the Public Finance Management Act, they decided to create three executives, whereby you have the Speaker of the Senate, and then the clerk of the Senate, the clerk of the National Assembly, and the clerk of some animal called the Joint Services, the Director of Joint Services, being accounting officers. And that has undermined the Senate. We don't have a voice. So when you go to the Parliamentary Service Commission, our clerk, who is supposed to be the final authority, has got no say because he has been undermined through the Public Finance Management Act, whereby the National Assembly created 3 centers of power in the Parliamentary Service Commission. All these things need to be revisited so that this House can assert its place. But as a result of the budget, we must stand firm and ensure that what is rightfully supposed to be for devolution, including looking at the Commission on Revenue Act being amended to define revenue as it is defined in the Constitution, not as the National Assembly would like to have it, whereby we begin off at a disadvantage by sharing less than what we are entitled to as a Senate, and our counties then continue starving. Some have said that there's corruption in the counties and staff. Yes, but you have got the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, you have got the DCI, you have got the OCS, you have got all these organs that are supposed to deal with corruption. That is not our problem. Go and deal with those governors and the county officials where there's corruption. Our business is to ensure that the right amount of money is going down to the counties. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I am very, very happy for the opportunity you've given me on this afternoon to address this House, and I fully support the report of the committee that we reject in total the attempt to reduce the amount of money going to the counties as proposed by the National Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I support the report.
Thank you, Senator Okia. Senator Wafula Wakori.
Honorable Speaker, langu ni kuunga mkono ripoti ya Senate kuhusiana na makadirio ya fedha ambayo tumeyasoma hivi sasa katika jumba la Senate, Mheshimiwa Spika. Muda mchache uliopita, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika jumba hili la Senate niliweza kuuliza maswali hususan kandarasi za madaktari mashinani, malipo ya madaktari mashinani na mazingira ambamo madaktari hawa mashinani wanafanya kazi katika kaunti ya Bungoma. Na nilipouliza maswali haya, misururu ya maswali yalichipuka kutoka katika kaunti mbalimbali humu Kenya, ikiwa kwamba madaktari mashinani Kenya nzima kwa zaidi ya miezi 10 hawajapata marupurupu yao. Na nimeona leo kiini cha shida za madaktari mashinani ni kwamba kuna viongozi katika jumba fulani hapa Kenya ambao wanadhani kwamba wana uwezo wa kuhujumu, kuwatesa, kuwagandamiza madaktari mashinani kana kwamba hawalipi ushuru na hakuna kazi wanafanya. Mimi naomba jumba la Senate tusimame kidete, tuhakikishe kwamba fedha ambazo Wakenya wanatozwa kama ushuru zinatumika kuwalipa madaktari mashinani, kuboresha afya mashinani katika mazahanati na hospitali za Kenya, na vile vile kuandikwa kazi kwa madaktari ambao wamebobea na wana tajriba na wako tayari kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia katika kupunguzwa kwa fedha zinazoenda katika kaunti, ni kusema kwamba shule za chekechea na vyuo anuwai katika nchi ya Kenya hazitaweza kuimarishwa, kujengwa na watoto wetu kupata masomo jinsi ilivyopangwa katika waasisi wa ugatuzi. Mimi naomba Wakenya waangalie jumba la Senate. Hatutatishwa, hatutayumbayumba. Ni kuhakikisha kwamba ugatuzi lazima uwajibikiwe, na hivi kwamba magavana tunapowatetea kupata pesa lazima waje hapa na watueleze, isiwe kwamba tunatoa ilani kwa Inspector Generali kama tulivyotoa juzi kwamba gavana wa Isiolo wakamatwe na kuletwa jumla mzima ili kujibu masuala ya wajibikaji. Tukiangalia miundombinu kama barabara, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti za nchi ya Kenya zinahitaji fedha. Hatuwezi sema kwamba magavana na viongozi wa wadi ma MCA wachukue jembe na vifaa mbalimbali waende watengeneze barabara. Lazima serikali ihakikishe mabilioni ambayo wanapunguza kutoka mapendekezo tuliyopeana ya zaidi ya bilioni 400, pesa zitolewe, tujenge barabara, tujenge vivukio, ili kaunti zetu wa Kenya waweze kufurahia matokeo ya jasho lao. Nikimalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya waliandamana na kuleta bugdha katika baraste na nchi nzima. Walitaka uwajibikaji, walitaka utendakazi, walitaka uwazi. Na sisi tunasema kama jumba la Senate, sisi ni kulinda ugatuzi, sisi ni kutetea kaunti zetu na kuhakikisha kwamba mgao unaoenda katika kaunti uwe mgao ambao unaweza kutumika kuimarisha maisha ya Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika sekta ya ukulima, serikali imekuwa inatoa pembejeo sawa, lakini mfumo mzima wa ukulima ama zaraa katika kaunti za nchi ya Kenya, mfumo huo unayumbayumba kwa sababu wanategemea wahisani, lakini hawana nguvu za kinishati za kuenda mashinani na kujihusisha na wakulima, kuwapa moyo, kuwapa ujuzi na kuhakikisha yale wanayovuna kama wakulima wa kahawa, wakulima wa majani chai, wakulima wa miwa. Hata tuko na mswada leo tunauleta. Serikali za kaunti hazijapata nguvu kwa sababu serikali ya kitaifa imekataa kuachiliwa mitwalo ama kwa njia nyingine pesa ama kwa jina lingine fulusi, ili magavana na watendakazi katika kaunti waweze kuimarisha kilimo katika nchi ya Kenya. Sasa mimi nasema, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapogatua michezo na usanii na kaunti hazijaweka katika migao yao ya uchapakazi pesa za kuimarisha michezo na sanaa, itakuwaje? Tutarajie matokeo pale mashinani. Mimi naomba pesa tulizodai kama Senate ziende katika kaunti, zitolewe na tuwaandame magavana na wachapakazi waweze kuimarisha michezo na usanii, ili vijana wapate kazi, wale ambao si wazembe wapate kipato na Kenya kwa jumla isonge mbele. Kwa hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kuunga mkono msimamo wa kamati ya Senate kwamba serikali ama bunge la kitaifa lituachie nafasi litende haki kwa Wakenya, jinsi tulivyotoa mapendekezo yetu kama Senate kwamba pesa zisipungue, zibaki zaidi ya bilioni 400. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Senator Ed Yokich.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to further my thoughts from the committee, because I sit in this committee and we did elaborately consider the bill that was provided or rather proposed by the National Assembly on these conditional and conditional allocations from the national government to county government. Madam Speaker, there has been a very serious erroneous understanding of austerity measures. And the reason why I'm saying there's a serious and erroneous understanding is because, Madam Speaker, what we are seeing is that in the understanding of austerity measures in this country, there is this serious proposal to cut back on county equitable resources. And now this is now extending to cutbacks on county conditional and unconditional allocations, Madam Speaker. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that this is actually tantamount to defunding of counties. Because, Madam Speaker, as you know, most of our counties have got no any other path or any other opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be able to raise alternative cash. The only way that counties are able to somehow figure out how to raise their money is through on-source revenue, Madam Speaker. But even that on-source revenue, Madam Speaker, it is limited because of the scope of taxing options that counties do have, Madam Speaker. For instance, Madam Speaker, in the year 2023-2024, Madam Speaker, the government of Migori was only able to raise about 406 million from its own source revenue, Madam Speaker. And if you look at how much money the county government of Migori will need to be able to run its function, Madam Speaker, if you start doing these cutbacks, Madam Speaker, you are properly defunding the county government of Migori, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this, I think that the National Assembly, instead of even blaming the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, I think we should be able to advise the National Assembly that the effort of defunding counties is actually counterproductive. Because the moment you've gone to counties and then make it impossible for service delivery in counties, and then number two, you make it impossible for administrative functions of the counties to work, Madam Speaker, you'll start realizing that you are going to cause political tensions in these counties, Madam Speaker. For instance, Madam Speaker, for a project to install in national government, the ripple effect compared to projects that install in counties are bigger. They have got bigger consequences by value of Schedule 4 of the Constitution. Because Schedule 4 of the Constitution did devolve functions that are fundamentally functions that deal with basic human needs in the counties, Madam Speaker. Starting from things like health, coming to water, coming to childhood education, coming to vocational training, Madam Speaker. If you look at all the functions of devolution, Madam Speaker, they are functions that are existential functions. So that if you do not fund them properly, and if you don't allow money to go to them properly, Madam Speaker, what you end up doing is a counterproductive element of politics where you put these counties in serious political tension, Madam Speaker. Then, Madam Speaker, some of these fundings that we see being cut, both from the equitable share and now on these unconditional grants, Madam Speaker, you'll find that some of these functions directly touch to administrative functions, where some commitments had been made, Madam Speaker. For instance, Madam Speaker, in the bill that the National Assembly forwarded to this House, Madam Speaker, you will realize that they revised the construction of county headquarters, Madam Speaker, by from its initial allocation of 528 billion downwards, Madam Speaker. They also revised the cost of transfer of museum functions, Madam Speaker, all the way downwards from the initial 30 billion, Madam Speaker. They revised things like court fines, Madam Speaker. These are money that already been collected, Madam Speaker. And now they also revised mineral royalties, Madam Speaker. Then the worst that touches directly on service delivery, on efficiency of the economies on the grassroots, Madam Speaker, is that they revised the proceeds from the road maintenance levy fund amounting to 10.5 billion, Madam Speaker. And if you think about it, Madam Speaker, the county roads are exactly what they are. They are county roads because they are found within counties, Madam Speaker. You will find that in places like Kisii, Madam Speaker, women who have worked very hard in their farms and have been able to harvest potatoes, they have been able to harvest bananas, they have been able to harvest avocado, Madam Speaker, that they cannot access market during rainy days, which happens to be a lot of days during harvesting, Madam Speaker, simply because their county roads are bad. If you go to a place like Migori County, Madam Speaker, there is a road between a place called Nyakweri, that is in Nyatike sub-county, and a place called Sori. Between Nyakweri and Sori, there's a major road there, Madam Speaker, that is supposed to facilitate a serious economic engine of that entire area. But Madam Speaker, fishermen from Sori cannot access markets because the roads there are bad. Fishermen from Sori cannot even be able to bring their goods to Migori market because the roads are bad, Madam Speaker. We have got amazing workforce in places like Kuria, Madam Speaker, a place called Getonganya, where people are working very hard, Madam Speaker, to be able to produce amazing potatoes, Madam Speaker. But during rainy days, Madam Speaker, you'll find that the county cannot even be able to maintain those roads. So that Kenyans who have worked so hard in Kuria and have been able to work the entire season to produce their potato, have their potato now going bad because they are muddy roads that cannot be able to allow them to access markets. And that's why I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, some of these defunding elements to counties are counterproductive. And the National Assembly must understand the idea that if you start allowing for people not to be able to do their basic economic activities in these counties, then, Madam Speaker, we are making it very difficult for the economy to actually be able to advance. Madam Speaker, another problem here that we are starting to see when you start interfering with administrative monies, and especially in some areas, Madam Speaker, where even monies had been committed to some of these contractors who are working. For instance, Madam Speaker, if you look at the reduction on the county aggregation and industrial parks from 4.5 billion to 2 billion, that is more than 50% reduction, Madam Speaker, on projects that contractors had been put on site. A case in example, for instance, Madam Speaker, Migori County was meant to get almost 105 billion for KIPES. We ended up only receiving 62 billion. And I mean 62 million. They were supposed to receive 105 million, and we ended up getting only 62 million, Madam Speaker. Yet you have got contractors who already been committed to, they are on site, they have got workers, they have committed, they have bought a number of supplies, and then all of a sudden you're telling them that you've got over 60% reduction on the money they're supposed to get. What are you telling these contractors, Madam Speaker? You're telling them, number one, lay off your workers. And you can imagine how that has a very serious effect on people who have committed to work in these counties. But then number two, Madam Speaker, for a contractor to commit to such a humongous tender, it will mean that at some moment they have gone and even taken loans. And then you expose them to skyrocketing interests over a period of time that they cannot be able to define, because you've basically cut over 60% of the money they were expecting without telling them when next could they be able to plan with this, Madam Speaker. So this is completely counterproductive. And these are counties that will not be able to raise any money anywhere. They cannot take debt from any other country other than waiting for money from government, Madam Speaker. So this is a very big problem, Madam Speaker. Then, Madam Speaker, I have argued for the case of service delivery in counties, Madam Speaker. That service delivery in counties is touching on essential and fundamental human needs, Madam Speaker. Now, think about a case whereby all the devolved functions in counties are basic need functions. Then you're being told we are going to cut down on XYZ that are also basic need issues, Madam Speaker. Because if you look at some of this funding that we're talking about here, Madam Speaker, reduction from the allocation on the money that were allocated for community health promoters, Madam Speaker, it is being cut from 3.2 to 2.58. Now, what you're forcing counties here to do, you're telling counties to choose between food and water, between health and basic education of our children. Because when counties cannot be able to get what they are allocated here, Madam Speaker, it means that they must deprioritize some of essential services and try to reprioritize some of still essential services, Madam Speaker. How are you going to remove money that is meant for community health promoters who actually, Madam Speaker, are doing a lot of work, Madam Speaker? These community health promoters, Madam Speaker, used to be community health volunteers. They used to be people who would be able to help our households detect any challenges of health, be able to detect it early, take them to the hospital early, Madam Speaker, and be able to get remedy early before any complication can become a major issue to those families and therefore save a lot of money. If you are saying that you're going to take, you're going to reduce the community health promoters' money from 3.2 billion to 2.5 billion, 2.58 billion, Madam Speaker, and you know very well that even the money that those community health promoters are earning are not real wages. They are basic stipends that are just there to facilitate them. What is the ripple effect of that action, Madam Speaker? If you're telling the county government that whatever money you have, try and deprioritize community health promoters and put it somewhere else, Madam Speaker. This is where we are going to start seeing community health promoters not being able to go to homes and identify problems of women who are supposed to get clinical services early enough before they get to situations whereby they need neonatal care at birth. And this is where you're going to start facing serious complications in families. Before you realize, mothers will be dying at birth right in their homes without going to hospitals because they could not be able to get assistance by the community health promoters, Madam Speaker. And before you realize, we are going to have serious and multiple complications in our healthcare system to the extent that a family that could have used the services of a community health promoter to avoid a health complication will now have a complication that now will require more money to be able to go and get proper treatment to deal with the complication, Madam Speaker. So we're talking about serious stuff here, Madam Speaker, that I think that the National Assembly must be invited to a table where they can be able to understand that this idea of defunding counties is completely counterproductive. Completely counterproductive. You cannot keep on reducing monies from counties and then denying them those basic services that they need to do, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there is also a serious problem of that reduction being completely ridiculous, Madam Speaker. So for instance, in Migori County, in the year 2023-2024, the conditional additional allocations to Migori County, Madam Speaker, was 394,621,807. Then drastically, you start suggesting today that Migori County should now get 176 million, Madam Speaker. Look at how drastic that change is. It's over 50%. And because counties run as a case of going concern, Madam Speaker, projects that were started last year, programs that were started last year, Madam Speaker, in Migori County, now you want to force Migori County to be able to cut that by 50%. It's not possible. It's only possible if you force them to actually do away with stuff that were already committed in those projects. So, Madam Speaker, I want to urge this House that even as we reject this bill and go to mediation, Madam Speaker, most likely, I want to urge this House to start an advocacy program with the National Assembly to help them understand that these cutbacks are actually not cutbacks. They are proper defunding to counties that is not in the spirit of devolution and not in the spirit of making sure that our children in these respective counties can be able to get services that are basic services. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I reject in totality the idea that we can even cut a shilling from counties. We cannot do that because we know very well that if we do that, counties will not have alternative ways of raising money in whichever way. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and I hope that we will make sure that the amendments that are proposed by the Finance and Budget Committee to this bill that was proposed, Madam Speaker, will be implemented. And let's stand very strongly, because now we are going to face a situation where we have got two bills that we must reject. This bill, we are going to reject. And also the DORA bill that was proposed, we must reject that one as well, so that we stand firm in the money that's supposed to go to counties. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddy. There are no more senators who are wishing to contribute to this motion. So I'm going to call Senator Boni Halole on behalf of Majority Leader to reply as the mover of this motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am so happy as a member of this committee. We thought we would find problems in
Can you
Ask-
consult in low tone, Senator Chiradike? You look very excited.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
Speaker.
Boni, proceed.
We feared that we could have problems in our request that we reject the proposal of the National Assembly. And Madam Speaker, I notice proudly that members have unanimously agreed with the committee and with reasons. The only right I want to add in response, Madam Speaker, is a presentation from the Senator of Vihiga, who said that the reason why money finds too long to reach the counties is because of inefficiency in the Office of the Control of Budget. Madam Speaker, that is not true. The control of budget is very efficient. The only reason why people want to label her as being inefficient is because she's strict. She does not want a situation whereby a county government like Kakamega has spent 531 million shillings on entertainment, and they come without justifying why. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to reply and wish to request the Senator of Nyandarua wants to inform me something, but you know, he's threatening me with his beard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I wish to request that pursuing to Standing Orders number 66.3, you defer putting of the question to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, the putting of the question has been deferred to another session, which will be reported by the Speaker in due course. Clerk, you can call out the next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022.
Senator Wafula Wakori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here this afternoon to do my maiden moving of a motion, and I want to commence, Honorable Speaker, that Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly, Bills number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, and further pursuant to Article 113.2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 167.3 of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. Honorable Speaker, as I have indicated that today is my maiden moving of a bill that has been at the core and the heart of the sugarcane farmer in the Republic of Kenya. This is a bill that comes in handy to solve long-standing issues that have affected the farmer in the country, affected the manufacturers in this country, affected the chain production from the grassroots to the table, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I speak to you now, the mediation committee appreciates that the Sugar Bill aims to reinstate the Sugar Act that previously replaced by the Crop Act in 2013. It has been a subject of extensive deliberation within both houses of parliament. The Senate first considered the bill and subsequently transmitted and proposed amendments to the National Assembly on 15th May 2024. Following this, on August 1st, 2024, the National Assembly approved the motion regarding the report from the Committee of the Whole House concerning these Senate amendments. However, it is important to note that some of the amendments proposed by the Senate were rejected by the National Assembly. This triggered a mediation process that is outlined in Article 112(b)(2)(b) of the Constitution, resulting in the formulation of mediation committee that developed the harmonized bill. Honorable Speaker, a few items that were of consideration. I want to be in brief so that I give my honorable members an opportunity to contribute. Honorable members, we analyzed and came to a conclusion that we amend or change the timing of zones to eliminate zones and factor in catchment areas that will be able to consider areas of electoral representation and as well as areas that will be able to provide sugarcane management, where the specific catchment area has a number of factories where they will pump resources, do farming, and ensure farmers within that area benefit from the factories around there, and the catchment area as well to represent the farmers when they're electing people to the sugar board. Honorable Speaker, another factor that was of concern to the mediation team was to ensure that gender, youth, and people with disability are factored in the board. And this necessitated the mediation committee to allow, at the end of the process, the cabinet secretary, when appointing people to the board, to ensure that they meet the gender threshold, the disability and the youth. And equally, to be able to capture the aspirations of the diverse zones in the country that people grow sugarcane, the representation and the leadership will be in rotation. In rotation in the sense that no specific area will dominate, will balkanize and seclude others in the management and running of the board. And that mandate has been given to the ministry to ensure regulations are in place to ensure that that factor is enshrined in the law. Honorable Speaker, another concern that came to the table was how do we utilize the taxation that farmers incur when they are taxed this money. We agreed these funds will be channeled to the sugar board because the sugar board will file returns to National Assembly and the Senate, and if there is anything that is not in tandem with the laid down regulations in the Constitution, then the both houses will be able to tackle. Honorable Speaker, another matter that was of concern was the choice of a professional on the board. We agreed as a team and the mediation that the ministry, the minister, will get a professional in line in sugarcane development technology, not less than 10 years, in a recognized institution in the Republic of Kenya. This is a person with the technical experience and deep research to be able to inform the board on the changing dynamics in the sugar sector. Honorable Speaker, these are among the many things that the farmer in the Republic of Kenya was looking out to ensure that they don't miss out in this new dispensation. Honorable Speaker, something else that I was about to forget. In this amendment, we have also put it in law that the farmer, let me read it so that my countrymen and women can be able to follow. Honorable Speaker, it says, a miller shall not purchase crop from or accept sugar crop delivered by a grower, and a grower shall not sell or deliver sugar crop to a miller unless one, grower is registered with and has enforced a valid supply agreement with the miller. Factory of the miller is situated within the grower sugarcane zone. The grower is exempted from the requirement by the board under section 19A. Honorable Speaker, these are some of the regulations that were put in place to ensure that the miller does not overstep, the grower does not overstep, and everyone runs within his line to ensure that both parties benefit out of this agreement. And further, there is a provision here that if a factory is not able to mill, it can get into an agreement with another miller to ensure that the agreement it has with the farmer is in cognizant and within the premise of the agreement where the farmer does not suffer any loss. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, this is a new chapter for the Republic of Kenya, the farmer in Western, the farmer in Nyanza, the farmer in Kisii, the farmer in Mombasa, that this time the sugarcane farmer will benefit out of his sweat, the manufacturers will earn profit out of their hard work, and the country will get taxes out of this process. Finally, we agreed that industrial sugar cannot be imported for free. They have to pay taxes like any other commodity in the Republic of Kenya, so that the sugarcane sector, the sugar sector, does not continue being run by cartels hiding under the disguise of industrial sugar. I therefore I beg to move and call upon my senior brother, my alumni of Musingu High School, Daktari himself, the only bullfighter in the house, to come and do the necessary. And second, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Boni Halole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's so impressive that the Senator of Bungoma is barely 2 years old in this House. But you can see, Madam Speaker, the way he has moved this bill so ably. And I want to congratulate him, but not surprising, because he shares the same DNA with Henry Pius Masinde Muliro, freedom fighter, one of the founding fathers of this nation. Madam Speaker, I am very happy for what has happened in the National Assembly, for what I'm hearing about this bill in this House, and extremely happy for the industry of the committee, because they went around the country. And I remember when they came to Western, I was traveling to Kigali. I cut short my trip and joined them in Kakamega and made my contribution. Our people made their contribution, and I can see all those contributions included in this bill. Madam Speaker, being a very happy day for me, allow me to congratulate them and also congratulate the new Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Madam Speaker, how things change. You know, just the other day, Professor was our leader of majority in this House. I had new entrant, and we used to call him Junior, and you know, he's a very humble man. Little did we know that he would be where he is today. I have no doubt that he will do a good job. Madam Speaker, I want to tell the farmers back home that this parliament has given them a God-sent breath of pure oxygen. Why, Madam Speaker? Because this is an industry that supports 8 million people. This is an industry that supports 600,000 small-scale farmers. This is an industry, Madam Speaker, that supports 5 government-owned factories and supports 9 privately owned factories, Madam Speaker. All these factories, they come with jobs. How we allowed the sugar industry to collapse purely because of poor legislation through an animal called AFA, I have never understood what became of the 11th Parliament when they did that misadventure. Madam Speaker, our sugar in this country, thanks to the kind of climate we have and the kind of soils that we have, is sugar which is high refined form, and it is known, Madam Speaker, for its great crystalline shape and purity, free of smell, and 100% fit for human consumption. Madam Speaker, I'm privileged to come from Kakamega in the catchment area that produces, Madam Speaker, 80% of all the sugar consumed, not just in Kenya, but 80% of all the sugar that is consumed in the East African community. Led by, Madam Speaker, Mumias Sugar Company, which is the biggest, and, Madam Speaker, the best. I want to use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate the new investor in Mumias Sugar Company. He has brought order the nucleus farm, 12,500 acres that had collapsed. He has regenerated it. I was there yesterday, Madam Speaker. The cane is so beautiful, you feel like you just fly over with a chopper and you see life in Kakamega when you see that kind of scenery, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the cardinal issues in this bill that should be the reason why we should, all of us, support it wholeheartedly. The first one, Madam Speaker, is the new schedule. In the new schedule, we have managed to contain through legislation the conmanship, fraud, and trickery that was being practiced by one infamous investor in the sugar factory who would actually poach cane from other factories that had developed that cane. You would see those days, Madam Speaker, trucks pulling trailers of 36 wheels, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this sense has been controlled, this nonsense has been controlled by the introduction of new zones, of sugar zones, which are now catchment areas. And in the counties of Kisumu, South Nandi, and Kericho, they have been given the central catchment area. Upper Western has been given Bungoma, Kakamega, excluding Trans Nzoia, Uasin-Gishu, and Northern Nandi districts. And then Lower Western, Madam Speaker, has been given Mumias, Busia, and Siaya counties. Southern Western has been given Migori, Homa Bay, Kisii, Narok counties. And finally, Coast is Tana River, Lamu, and Kwale counties. Madam Speaker, the next important thing that members of the public should rejoice is on the issue of establishment, the re-establishment of the Sugar Board. The Sugar Board, before it was removed by the AFA law, was responsible for regulation of this industry, and everybody was a winner. But since it went away, Madam Speaker, we have had problem after problem, and we are glad that it is back, and this bill gives it the responsibility to regulate, develop, and promote the sugar industry. Secondly, the board will be expected to coordinate the activities of the value chain actors within this important industry, and finally facilitate equitable access to the benefits and resources of the industry by all interested parties. Madam Speaker, the other cardinal issue that has been captured by this bill is the issue of establishment of a special institute for research, for technology and research. The world is changing. Climate change, acidity and alkalinity of our soils. Without technology coming out of this research institute, then, Madam Speaker, we cannot continue getting quality sugar and pamba harvest as is expected. Madam Speaker, the institute is supposed to promote and coordinate and regulate research in the sugar crop, and sugar byproducts using sugar technologies and management practices. Madam Speaker, it is expected that this institute will be able to expedite equitable access to research information, resources, sugar technologies, and innovations. As I support this, I want to specifically go to where the law provides that this institute will have an opportunity to provide grants to institutions or persons desirous of carrying out research and training programs which are consistent with the national research priorities and plans of the institute. I have on mind, Madam Speaker, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. I have on mind Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University in Kisumu. I have on mind Maseno University. And Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that our professors in the Department of Agriculture will have a new actor who they can partner with so as to support university research for this to be even a greater success. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the issue of I want to speak to the important issue of Sugar Development Fund. This act establishes a Sugar Development Fund. And what is critical in it, Madam Speaker, is something we used to have, which had been killed, called the Sugar Development Levy. This levy was money deducted per tonnage, according to your tonnage, from the farmer's produce. And it was supposed, Madam Speaker, to go and develop the sugar industry. And that money, because it runs into hundreds of millions of shillings, this law has been crafted so carefully that of this sugar development levy, 15% will be set aside for purposes of factory development. Madam Speaker, sometimes factories abuse the pricing because they are challenged with development. So instead of them running to the bank, they have an access to a percentum of 15% that they can use to do small repairs in the factory. And then, Madam Speaker, 15% will be applied for research and training in the institute that I spoke to at the beginning. And 40%, Madam Speaker, the lump sum is meant for cane development and productivity enhancement. Madam Speaker, 15% of this will be applied for infrastructure development, including the feeder roads, bridges, and so on. 10% will be applied for the administration at the board to take care of the salaries and allowances of employees and members of the board. And finally, 5% shall be used for furtherance of functions of sugarcane farmers organization. This is very important. Sugarcane farmers organizations, in the name of Mumias Sugar Company, Outgrowers Organization, MOCO. Zoya Sugar Company, Outgrowers Organization, NOCO, and all other outgrowers factories have collapsed back home because of the challenge of funding. Now, with 5% available, we are going, people in Mumias, if you can hear me, we are now, through this law, going to help you to revive MOCO, which was the lifeline to farmers. Madam Speaker, there is the issue of, there is the issue, Madam Speaker, of quality, safety, and health control measures. The law has demanded that all sugar millers and importers shall ensure that all sugar produced locally or imported into the country meets the safety and quality standards as set out by the body, the time being responsible for setting up standards. Madam Speaker, the important issue of sugarcane pricing has been a nightmare. As I've said before, sugar factories had been given a blank check. They would choose to pay you this much per ton, and poor you farmer. Some of our farmers are not as highly educated or as highly enabled or as highly connected to be able to challenge the pricing. Now, this is going to be taken care of by this committee, which will ensure that it has got representation from the millers, representation from the farmers to ensure that prices are not exaggerated. The main objective of this committee, Madam Speaker, will be to review the sugarcane prices in consultation with Sugar Research and Training Institute and provide a mechanism that remunerates farmers for other products delivered from the processing of the cane. What do we mean, Madam Speaker? Farmers are hitherto only compensated based on the tonnage of the sugar that they deliver. But now with this law, the other products that come from co-generation, will also enable farmers to benefit from it. Madam Speaker, so as to allow the distinguished senator of Nandi and the distinguished senator from Tana River to make their input, I want to conclude, and in conclusion, emphasize the issue of the catchment area. Madam Speaker, the first schedule, which has given the catchment areas, allow me to speak to the catchment area where I practice as a farmer. My catchment area, Madam Speaker, is Lower Western Catchment Area. The Lower Western Catchment Area comprises of Busia, Kakamega, Siaya, and Vihiga. What this means, dear farmers back home in this catchment area, is that your fear that free market economy would not be exercised in the sugar industry, those fears have been put to rest. It means once you are in the Lower Western Catchment Area of Busia, Kakamega, Siaya, and Vihiga, you are free to sell you again to Mumias Sugar Company, West Kenya Sugar Company, Putali Sugar Company, and in so doing, you sell, oh, thank you. And in so doing, dear farmer, you are free to take to your can to West Kenya, Buteli Sugar, Mumia Sugar Company, depending on who is paying you the highest, on who gives you the harvesting permit fastest, on who pays you in the shortest time possible after you have delivered your can. So, just like I normally tell farmers, Madam Speaker, back home, is that I want this law to spoil our farmers. When the Muindi comes in your compound with his pickup that he wants to buy your can, because you are spoiled for choice, dear farmer, don't come out of your hut quickly. Let him sit there waiting for you. Tell your son, your little boy 10 years old, tell him that daddy is taking a cup of porridge. And then when you come out, you tell him, I'm too busy. I'm going to take care of my cattle. I'll meet you next week. So that you raise your stakes. This is what competition was all meant to do. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I thank the National Assembly. I thank the Mediation Committee. And Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of Senate on Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, and further that pursuant to Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 167(3) of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. I will now call upon senators to make contributions to the motion, beginning with Senator Choralge.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to say a few things that this is a mediated version of the report. But from the onset, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank Justice Ogola Sewe, Justice John Chikati, and Joseph Mongare justices for not stopping the levying of housing development, housing levy fund. There was a matter in court, but I'm happy, Madam Speaker, they have not disallowed, but have allowed the government to continue so that we can provide affordable housing. Madam Speaker, allow me secondly to thank my colleagues who sat in mediation
Senator
committee.
Eddie, you have something? Okay. Proceed, Senator Choralge.
Madam Speaker, secondly, I think our mover did not, I sat in mediation committee and I thought it is important that I make a few comments. Madam Speaker, allow me also to thank members of mediation committee led by Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, Nabakolo Member of Parliament, who was our chairperson, to thank the Vice Chairperson, Senator James Kamau Morango, who is the Kirinyaga Member of Parliament, Member of Senate, Senator Catherine Muma, Senator Richard Moima Onyonga, Senator Agnes Kavindu, Senator David Wakoli, Honorable Dr. John K. Mutunga, MP Tigania West Constituency, who is also the chair for Agriculture, Honorable John Walter Owino, MP Awendo Constituency in Migori, Honorable Justice Kemei, MP Sowin, Sigawet Sowin Constituency in Kericho County, yours truly, Senator Cherargei Kiprotich from Nandi, Senator Esther Okinyuri, Honorable John Makali MB Kandui constituency from Bungoma, and Madam Speaker, Honorable Nabi Nabwere Daraja, who is the Member of Parliament Lugari. Madam Speaker, these were the members who sat in this mediation committee. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank your office also for the wonderful job that you did provide, Madam Speaker. Your office was very critical, and I thank the committee secretary that your office was well resource from the Office of the Speaker of the Senate and National Assembly, led by Mrs. Gloria Wawira, Mrs. Lorraine Mwesonga, Mrs. Brigitta Mati, Ms. Regina Munyao, Ms. Caroline Njue, Mr. Gerald Kadede, Mrs. Sainabu Sora, Mr. Victor Kilimo, Enrique Ngetich, Juliet Masinde, Bernard Sika, Rosso Matare, Collins Mahamba. And I want to apologize, Madam Speaker, you know now the title, you can never know for the ladies whether they are married or not, but I hope I didn't make a mistake. Madam Speaker, I hope in future we can be guided properly. I hope I didn't mispronounce anybody. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on the amendments, I will quickly rush through.
Senator Chiradigei, are you seeking people's members' marital status?
No, Madam Speaker,
hope
since
not.
how the title of ladies have been listed, you can't tell whether they are married or not.
Do
So
you
I
need,
hope
do you need to tell that their status is their members, whether married or not married? They
no,
are-
just for public record, so that somebody cannot misquote me that I said Miss or Mrs. because now there is that confusion. I thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, at least your status I know. Madam Speaker, on this amendment or sugar bill, Madam Speaker, I want just to make a few comments because we did debate the bill, Madam Speaker. These are only 5 questions, 5 issues, Madam Speaker, that we did agree. One, Madam Speaker, was on the amendment of the sugar zone. We thought it was, Madam Speaker, we did change to become sugar catchment area. Say that it means the sugar catchment area, Madam Speaker, was to mean, and I want our farmers and stakeholders in sugar industry to listen to this. Sugar catchment areas, Madam Speaker, was to mean for cane management, which means delivery, processing, research, and what have you, Madam Speaker. And secondly, was for purposes of elections to Kenya Sugar Board as directors. And that is why in clause number 2, we didn't amend, instead of calling it sugar zones, we call it sugar catchment areas. And it means, Madam Speaker, we didn't agree that it was for elections of the board and also cane management, Madam Speaker. Number 2, on the issue of gender representation, we were guided by Kenya Sugar Board when we were looking at it that we should be guided by Mwongozo Code of Conduct, Madam Speaker, and also the basic principle of gender representation within Kenya Sugar Board, including the youth and also people living with disability, Madam Speaker. We did introduce clause number 19A, where we said a miller shall not purchase sugar crop from or accept sugar delivered by a grower, and a grower shall not sell or deliver sugar unless, Madam Speaker, one, I know what Eddie wants to do. A grower is registered with and has enforced a valid supply agreement. This was to ensure there is no cane poaching, Madam Speaker, to ensure reliability. Say that, you know, in sugar cane development, Madam Speaker, there are factories who would want to buy sugar without giving the resources for the growth and management of that sugar, Madam Speaker. That there should be an agreement, Madam Speaker. Can I just finish this one so that you can put a point of Madam Speaker? Just can I finish? A grower is exempted by Kenya Sugar Board, Madam Speaker. So we did introduce clause number 19A, Madam Speaker, to gather for the sugar agreement, Madam Speaker, the issue of delivering sugar within that factory, and also exemption from Kenya Sugar Board under clause number 19.
What's your point of order, Senator Eddie?
Madam Speaker, I rise on the point of order number 41. You know, Madam Speaker, the sugar, the sugar industry is a very important industry, Madam Speaker, that I think that if we consider this bill with the way I'm seeing the quorum in the House, Madam Speaker, on such an important bill that some key stakeholders need to actually put some input, Madam Speaker, and then we end up probably voting for this bill tomorrow, Madam Speaker, without some key input by members who come from the regions where sugarcane is, to be problematic, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I wish you could draw your attention that the quorum for proceeding with such a bill, Madam Speaker, is not within the House. And I request for indulgence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clerk, can you confirm whether there is quorum If there's no quorum, the quorum bell to ring for 10 minutes. Honorable Senators, having failed to attain quorum at the expiry of 10 minutes, the Senate stands adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 41-2A until Wednesday, 23rd October 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Senator Chiralige will have a balance of 13 minutes when the next session resumes. Thank you.
The next conversation we want to have is on impeachments, okay? So recently we were treated to a revision of the drama in the Senate.
Reoccurrence.
Oh yeah, the recurrence of the drama in the Senate with the second round impeachment of Governor of Meru County, Kawera Mwangaza. Okay? And we saw what was presented by the county assembly. We talked to some of the representatives of the county assembly even before the matter went to the Senate. We saw what was being presented in the Senate. One of the advocates that was in the team that was for Kawera Mwangaza is Elisha Ongoya. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a senior lecturer at Kabarak University. He's our guest. Good morning, Okili.
Morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's hot seat.
Thank you so much.
Now, City has the day's proverb, and this week's proverbs are from
Namibia.
Namibia.
Yes, the Republic of Namibia.
Please remind us the name of the president.
The name of the president, he's called Hage Geingob. Now, I am reading it as it is written. If it's called Hage, that is okay, but it's written Hage.
Hage Geingob.
Yes, Geingob is written Geingob, G-E-I-N-G-O-B. Can't pronounce it any other way. If there's another way it's pronounced, I will be informed, but I'm reading as it is. Then he has a vice president. It's called Nangolo. Why are you guys sniggering? So why don't you let me read the name?
Go on. Please,
let me
carry
continue,
on.
okay? Mbumba.
Sure.
M-B-U-M-B-A. Mbumba. Then you have the prime minister, Nangolo, that's the VP. Prime minister is called Sarah Kavunagelwa. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Then you also have
the Chief Justice.
No, the deputy prime minister.
There's a
Chief Justice, yes, the deputy prime minister is called Metumbo Nandi. Simple, straightforward name. Then you have the chief justice. Now him, simple, straightforward name. It's called Peter Sivute.
You see?
Okay. None of these heavy duty African names with alliterations. Just Peter Sivute.
The law is very clear.
Yes.
What's the proverb then?
The proverb is a little rain each day will fill the rivers to overflowing.
Okay, what's the proverb?
The proverb, this is what happens
when it rains.
The proverb for today is a little rain will fill the rivers to overflow.
A little rain will fill the rivers.
Each day. Just
a
each
little
day.
rain each day
will fill the rivers to overflowing.
Okay. Wakili Elisha, what's your interpretation of this proverb? I mean, it sounds pretty obvious, doesn't it?
You know, one of the things I fear the most was that I'll be asked to interpret a proverb because I have never interpreted proverbs in my lifetime. But it would be the equivalent of what the Swahili say, haba na haba hujaza kibaba.
See? A man who interprets proverbs so accurately is afraid to interpret proverbs. As you put it, the law is simple.
It's very clear.
Very clear.
Very clear.
It's very, very clear. Wakili, we saw you on our TV sets and you were in the Senate. For whom were you acting?
Well, I was doing what I do for a living.
teaching?
I keep reminding everybody that, I don't roast maize on the roadside for a living. I do precisely that. Not in a cleaner job. It's actually a dirtier job than any other job you can imagine. But I was privileged to be retained by Kawira Mwangaza's legal team to lead them in prosecuting her case. At
To
the
lead the
Senate.
legal team.
Yeah, to lead the legal team.
What does that mean?
There's a way the profession works. Legal profession is that different people have different specializations, like another profession, of course. And therefore, there is a moment when you can call on a lawyer of particular seniority to lead you in a particular case or in a particular aspect of a particular case. So, courtesy of my years of investment in constitutional litigation and considering the constitutional attributes in impeachment process, I was called upon to lead the legal team. The legal team had 8 lawyers and 1 legal assistant. So I was called in to lead these 7 lawyers and 1 legal assistant. So I was the lead counsel in that matter. Yes.
Have you participated in a previous impeachment?
No. This was the first impeachment. There have been 14 impeachments of governors in this country. This is the 14th, actually, since the inception of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So I haven't been in the other 13. So I was in the 14th.
So finally, you got the chance to actually now test this part of the Constitution.
Yes, it's an area I
Directly.
have researched in, I have written on. So I guess that's partly why I was consulted in the matter. It's an area I've taught on, I have researched on, I have done presentations on in other events. So I guess that's how I was called upon to play
Did
the
your
role I did.
research much experience? The experience of it all.
I guess there's no point when research completely matches experience. Research helps in testing the experience, but there's no point in time when research completely matches experience. Young people teach me on the ground that reality that on the ground things are different. So the experience is on the ground. But we thank God that at the end of it all, our argument prevailed. Yes.
What's your outlook? Let's look at impeachment as an overarching principle
Yes.
in the country today. On one side of it, it would look as though it's being used as a tool for political conflict. On the other side, safeguard of the Constitution to make sure that individuals don't go into excesses. How do you see it being practiced or coming to life in Kenya today, before we get into the details?
To understand impeachment, you must understand power generally. When I was a young university student, I was taught law by Professor J.B. Ojuang. And those were the days when people were clamoring for the removal of the Kanu establishment and the Moi regime. And Professor Ojuang was a fairly, if I may, conservative jurist. He used to tell, people used to say, let's amend the constitution, let's reduce presidential power. And he told us oftentimes that this is a very simplistic argument. Every time you give somebody functions, you must give that person power to perform those functions. So that the clamor for reduced presidential power as if it's an end in itself is naive. That power must vest somewhere. You can't remove power and throw it into the ocean. That power must vest somewhere. And power can be abused wherever vested. The fact that you are removing it from the president does not immunize it from abuse. Wherever you will vest it, it can be abused there. And therefore, he advocated for a more wholesome view of how we look at power. That if you disperse power, you must disperse functions as well, because power can be allowed to idle. Number 2, it's also the nature of power that it must be exercised by human beings. And all the philosophers taught us that if governments were run by angels, if all men were angels, then there will be no need for government. We need government because men are not angels. Sadly, it is those men who are not angels who constitute government. And that's the obscenity of the whole situation. And government therefore becomes what we call a necessary evil. Government is actually essentially an evil, but that evil is necessary. Because if you allow human beings to run their affairs without this evil, then the outcome will be tragic.
More evil will prevail.
So impeachments must be viewed in that context, that we have reached condition, a situation in human relations where we have agreed that power must check power. When you vest power in a particular office, you must vest another power to check this power. Only power checks power. So a number of things have happened in our design of the Constitution. We have created offices and invested those offices with certain immunities and certain powers. For example, we established the office of judge. And we say the nature of the work of a judge is that it must be conducted without external interference. So how do you guarantee this? One of the things you do is to give that judge security of tenure. We tell them, you do what you have got to do because you are guaranteed your term of office up to the time you get 74 years. But then you realize that this judge is not an angel. He or she too can abuse power. So you qualify that guarantee. Because that judge, you have security of tenure, but security of tenure during good behavior. So that you have secure good behavior tenure. And so we also elect the president and say, no, you are guaranteed a term of 5 years once elected, with a possibility of renewal for further 5 years. But again, this 5 years is guaranteed subject to good behavior. Then a question arises, what do we do in the event of bad behavior? You must provide a remedy. If you provide a right without a remedy, then that right is hollow. So the remedy in this circumstance say, look, the process of getting a governor or a president in office is through popular mandate. But the economics of popular mandate is too expensive. By the time you go to elections and get somebody into office is an extremely costly affair. So if removing them has to go through the same process, it is not sustainable. Ideally, that's the way it should be. Ideally, if we are living in a perfect space, then to remove this person, we possibly have to go through the same process. But you can imagine the cost implications. It's actually unsustainable. So we go for the second better alternative through use of delegated mandate. To say, this popular mandate that we exercise gives us delegates, members of parliament, senators, MCAs. So we can now use delegated sovereignty to exercise this removal from office. So that is the way in which this power is checked, the power of the governor through the impeachment process. There are multiple other prescriptions in the law for checking the powers of governors, the executive functions of governors. But impeachment is just one of them. It's actually the ultimate. It must be used as a last resort. It's a last resort. Because there are other lesser restrictive measures that I will allude to in the course of this conversation. So this is a last resort. When you are completely incorrigible, then we remove you from office. Otherwise, as I've said, there are other methods that we can check the governor.
Let's go to those ones.
Yes. One, you know very well that we go to court every day and challenge presidential actions.
Yes.
So we don't remove the president. You appoint somebody, we just go to court and quash that appointment. And that's it. You just remain in office, but your appointee has been removed. That's a method of checking you. We have power. The power of the judiciary has checked presidential power, has checked the governor's power. Parliament makes laws. We just go to court and nullify them for being unconstitutional. We have checked parliament's power. We have not recalled parliamentarians. So this is one. Number two, you know that the governor needs resources to run his or her government. And to get these resources, you must get approval of these resources by the county assembly through the budget process. So that's another way. You can just refuse to approve the budget if you discover that the manner in which the resources are being appropriated is not consistent with the aspirations of the county in question. Number three, you have things such as the Auditor General periodically comes and just audits the books of accounts of the county. And by law, the Auditor General must submit their reports of county audits to the county assembly and the national parliament, all of them without exception. So that's another way. You have the controller of budget. The controller of budget must check the manner in which resources are removed from the county revenue fund. Before you use the budget, this withdrawal of money, this use of this money for paying salaries and so forth must be approved by the controller of budget. So these are methods through which power is checked that are less restrictive. By the time you go to removing somebody from office, this person must be incorrigible. And this is the case we made before the Senate. That if I came to this studio and wanted to nitpick, I would find errors this morning, just from the things you have done here. I'll find that there are protocols laid down by this organization that if I were technical, I I'll pick one or two that you have already breached. That's not a ground for removing you from office. There could be just internal memos that can be circulated here to tell you how we can do things better, or just peer meetings among yourselves to review each other after this meeting to say, no, tomorrow we are going to do things differently. By the time we come to terminating your services here, you must be incorrigible. That's the point that we are making. So we, as the governor's team, didn't think that the assembly had proved incorrigibility. Fortunately for us, the Senate agreed with us.
Okil.
Yes.
I like this word.
Yes.
Incorrigible.
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah, you are beyond repair by the conventional, lesser restrictive methods. You can't be repaired by those ones. You have shown such.
Put it in Lake Israeli Kwisha.
Sasa West Side,
So then, based on that,
yes.
are you essentially saying that the motions of impeachment that we've seen wielded, the last 14,
yes,
then essentially is akin to using a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito?
Out of the 14 impeachments that have reached the Senate, we're talking about that that have reached the Senate.
Yeah.
The ones that have been attempted at county government level, I think I lost count.
Yeah, there are quite a number.
Yeah, there are quite a number. I suspect every county assembly throws some impeachment threat at a governor at some point in time. But the ones that have reached Senate were 14. Out of those 14, only 3 have been approved by Senate. 11 have not been approved by Senate. They have failed the standard. There are other perspectives I'll reflect on as we get along. But we discovered Senate has 2 options when you present an impeachment motion before it. One, it can subject the matter to an investigation by an 11-member committee. Or 2, it can investigate the matter as a whole house. Before Kawira, there had been 13 impeachment attempts at Senate. Out of those 13, 3 had been considered by the whole house, and 10 had been sent to the committees. All the 10 that were sent to the committee stage never saw the light of day. They were disapproved. The 3 that had been considered by the whole house had been approved, which is why we were a bit apprehensive. Those of you who are soccer fans, statistics count. When the Senate approved a consideration by the whole house, of course, that statistic was against the governor because of previous history. But again, as a person in the position I occupied, is you marshal your team and tell them, you know what, we have a role to play. Our role is to make the best case possible out of the situation. Then the decision maker is somebody else.
Never give up.
Never give up.
However, this body called the Senate, all right, as it's getting the report from the county assembly and being told this is what the county assembly has brought forth as charges for impeaching a certain governor. What is their role? Is theirs just simply a political role, or do they have some legal mandate?
Yes. Fortunately for us, a number of matters involving impeachments of governors have found their way through the courts. And now our courts, by design of our constitution, are the ultimate interpreters of the constitution. The ultimate. All of us are interpreters of the constitution, even you. As you sit here, you look at Article 34 and say, there is something called media rights. What are my rights within this framework? You are interpreting it, but your interpretation is not ultimate. The ultimate interpretation is that given by the court. So courts have given us guidance on this matter. The role of the Senate is quasi-judicial. It's judicial. So the Senate is a trial forum. It's a forum where you go for a hearing, and the Senate is supposed to apply its mind to a constitutionally prescribed criteria that the charges must pass a particular threshold before the Senate approves them. Now, Senate can approve charges that don't pass that criteria. Just like any power user or person vested with power can abuse power. But the advantage we have is that the decision of the Senate is itself subject to judicial review. You can carry it to court and ask, Senate has said this ground past this threshold. Was Senate right or wrong in making that determination? And sometimes courts agree and set aside or quash Senate's approval.
But then you see, when a matter is before court, the judicial officer will have to justify the reason for holding or disapproving what's been brought before them. Senate doesn't have that. It appears the Senate only has to vote. And the individual votes of the Senate don't have to come with a reason. I don't have to explain why I'm saying yes to impeach or no.
Correct. There are two, well, that's partly correct. What you've said is partly correct. It's partly wrong. If Senate resolves to take the impeachment trial to an 11-member committee, the committee must generate a committee report.
Yeah.
A report must have reasons.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of us who control this prefer the committee way,
route.
because there's a report. There's something you can look at and say, well, here I think, yeah, they understood me. Here they got me wrong. When it goes through plenary, there is no opportunity for a report. There is a vote. But even when there is a vote, there is an assumption that that vote is based on the logic, on the grounds advanced, on the evidence in support of those grounds, and also taking into account on the objections to those grounds and the evidence in support of the defense against those grounds.
Okay.
Yes.
There is a document we keep hearing called the Hansard.
Yes.
What does it do exactly?
A Hansard is just a verbatim record of what happens in Senate. Yes.
So now, can that record not be used to cobble up a report?
You know, at the end of it all, once the vote is taken, there's no report in the sense in which I'm referring to a report. You know, when a committee prepares a report, it's an actual document called a report.
Yeah.
But is the report not a factor of the deliberations?
It is. It is.
Yes. And there's an analysis and then some conclusion.
Yes.
But when people vote,
yes,
is that vote not a conclusion of the deliberations?
Well, when the speaker reads count one in the full sitting of Senate, as happened in Kawira's case, people go onto their machines and pass a vote.
Yep.
No one in their vote says, I am voting because I'm convinced by this argument that Ongoya made, or by they just vote. Unlike in the committee way, where people will say, we received the following arguments for. We received the following arguments against. We believed this argument for the following reason. So that's the report that I'm talking about. So technically, yes.
But
the Hansard,
before the depressing of that button,
yes,
whether it's red, green, or yellow,
There's some debate.
Thank you.
Yes.
But not by every member.
Yes, yes.
But it is by choice. I mean, are members prohibited from proferring an opinion?
They are not. They are not prohibited in the sense in which you use it, but because of time constraints, they could be. There are people who can
You may not
complaining.
catch the speaker's eye.
Yes, that's it. Or even if you catch the speaker's eye, but there are so many people because nowadays it's technology, and he picks the first 5, and the rest of the
Don't get a time
the 42 of you didn't get a chance. That's as far as it goes. Unlike the committee where you actually retreat, you are booked somewhere where you deliberate. Your only business to deliberate, where everybody will have their voice heard. You generate a draft report. People reread it to confirm that, no, we can correct there and so forth. After the time they come up with a formal report. So I still suggest that we need to reconsider. Yes.
Allow me.
Yes.
Forgive me. I keep interrupting you.
Yes.
This time that isn't enough.
Yes.
How can it be increased? Because we're saying there's only time for 5.
Yes.
Can we increase these times that at least?
We can. If you followed my final submissions in Kawira Mwangaza's case, I proposed a reform of the rules of the House so that we have more time. First, that time is there in the standing orders of the House, and Parliament can amend the standing orders at a point in time. Number 2, the advantage we have is that we have now tested this thing. You know, when you make rules in abstract, you may think 2 days, 3 days are adequate. This time round, by the way, things were made worse. We were supposed to have 3 days before Senate. On the 3rd day, coincided with the president's address to the Johnson of Parliament. So it was removed. So what we were supposed to do in 3 days was squeezed in 2 days. Now, again, you see, those are circumstances beyond your control. They just coincided with the 2 events. And they are both important events. The law prescribes from the time the impeachment by the county assembly happens, the flow of events after the time the Senate finishes its proceedings. On the other hand, the Constitution provides the president's address to the joint sitting of Parliament, and the 2 coincided. And therefore, they had to remove 1 day. And therefore, that time can be increased by parliamentary interventions. We are hoping that the senators who are directly affected because their voice was not heard are in a vantage position to propose amendments to the standing orders of the House, so that time is enhanced. We're also hoping that those of us, I sitting here, one of them, you'll exercise our power to petition Parliament and say, look, we have now tested this process of yours and it's punitive. Let us see how we
And
can
we see
enhance
how
this
else
time.
we can do this.
Yes.
Okay, there are several things that you've said this morning, more than once.
Yes.
We have tested this thing.
Yes.
We have tasted this thing. And now maybe it's about time we start having a conversation about what's our experience now with the impeachment process. And also you talked about, I mean, it's power versus function and safeguarding those things by having systems of checks and balances. Let me begin by asking, because we've heard this several times from several quarters, do you think county assemblies are abusing their power or have gotten to a point where there have been instances of abusing their power to check the county executive through impeachment?
Yes. There's an old French philosopher called Baron de Montesquieu who taught us that constant experience teaches us that every person vested with power is apt to abuse that power and to carry on with that abuse until they are met with checks. And therefore, it's not unusual for me to say that, yes, in certain circumstances, county assemblies have abused their power to impeach governors. And how the justification is not hard to come by, because if out of 14 attempts that have reached Senate, only 3 have gone through, what does that tell us about what Senate's own view has been over the manner in which county assemblies have used that power in the 11 or so other attempts? And remember, I'm not talking about those that have not reached Senate. We know, even from just media reports, there are many circumstances where members of county assemblies tell governors that you either give us this or else we remove you. Now, the power of impeachment was never meant to be used as a tool of bargain by county assembly for anything. Why do I say this? The Constitution specifies the grounds for impeachment. Specifies. Says there must be gross violation of the Constitution. There must be serious reason to believe that the governor has committed a crime under national or international law. There must be abuse of office or gross misconduct, or the governors must be laboring under such physical and mental infirmity that he is now incapable of discharging the functions of office. Those are the only grounds that the Constitution recognizes. Now, I have posed this question before, I'll pose it here. Why not just violation of the Constitution? Why not just reason to believe that the governor has committed a crime? Why does the lawmaker or the drafter insist on gross violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct? Why not just misconduct? It tells you that the framer of the law begins by appreciating that to assume the office of governor, to go to that office, is serious business. First, it is exercise of the people's sovereignty as specified in Article 1 of the Constitution. And that exercise of people's power should not be easily interfered with by delegates. So that if a delegate has to step in, and by delegates I mean members of the Senate and members of county assemblies who exercise delegated power from the people, it must be a higher threshold, because they are undoing an act of the people, a sovereign act. It should not be done easily. So if you come across circumstances where members of county assemblies say, we are broke, and we want you, the governor, to give us a retreat so that we can get per diems. Then the governor says, no, I have no money for a retreat. Then we are going to impeach you. That clearly is never the intention of the drafter of this law. And where those kind of things have happened, that clearly has been abuse. Does that make this power unnecessary? No. The power remains innocent. The power is an important safeguard in our constitutional architecture. So the power must remain. But I keep reminding Kenyans this, and I'll remind you in this studio and other Kenyans out there, that the law is not an answer to all our problems.
No.
The answer to a bulk of our problem just lies in good manners. Let's just also get good mannered people in the correct spaces. Life will be more palatable.
Well, that's interesting that you say that.
Yes.
Because members of the county assembly then would argue, and not just in the case of Meru, but other parts where an impeachment motion then has been suggested or preferred, that these bad manners that you speak of then comes out in full glow, public display, and it is for that reason that they feel it would then meet the threshold then envisaged by the Constitution. Does that play a role? Because if we're talking about the law and we're talking about just good behavior, good behavior, or that office demands a threshold for good behavior.
Correct.
And for them, they see, well, the behavior then that you exhibit is not what that position has demanded over and over and over again.
Correct.
And then because of that, we see no option but to then suggest the motion for impeachment.
That's exactly what the question anticipates. Question is, if you are ill-mannered and your ill manners become egregious, then they reach the level of gross violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct. So that's what the law anticipates, actually. But in these circumstances where people are using it as a bargain, it is actually those bargainers who are ill-mannered. Then they say, okay, we are going to clothe our ill manners by an aura of constitutional argument and say you have abused office or you have grossly violated the Constitution and we are going to impeach you. Now, that is abuse of power on the part of those who are carrying out the impeachment. So I make an important argument here that the impeachment power is an important power in our legal design. It's important. Members of county assemblies, the Senate must retain this power. We can rework the way it is exercised for efficiency purposes and so that it's not abused. But the fact of this power, the essence of this power is not impeachable, it's not questionable.
It is an important power.
It's an important power. The only thing we need to constantly be on the lookout for is potential abuse of this power. There's something those of us who teach constitutional law insist to our students, that in a democracy, the law, what the law provides in its text is just an architectural plan. An architectural plan is not a building. However beautiful it looks, it's actually useless in itself. It's just a piece of paper. The real guarantee of the ambience that this architectural plan provides is something we call eternal vigilance. The people's consistent being on the lookout so that they guard against that abuse. That is the guarantee. That is the real bond that the people have for good governance and good government. So, yes, just to come back to the question, there have been instances when members of county assemblies have abused this power. Fortunately, because of the two-tier impeachment process, where the county assembly has to approve the motion and then the Senate has to relook at it, there has been power, checking power, which is what I told you earlier.
Is it
power.
fortunate or unfortunate? Because there are those that would argue that then also the Senate has abused its power and privilege.
Yes.
By just completely disregarding any form of logical argument that's been brought before it and just going by political decisions.
Certainly, there have been
or
those
other inducements.
Yes, there have been those instances. I mean, I have reviewed, in the preparation for this case, I reviewed the impeachment process for a gentleman called Waititu. You may like him or hate him, but I can assure you that if you subject his impeachment to a rigorous scrutiny, there is more than meets the eye. You look at it and you keep saying, I've invested quite a bit of years in studying this branch of learning, and therefore when I subject to that test, it's not a casual subjection I'm giving it. You may dislike Waititu for other reasons or other grounds out there, but I'm talking about the case that was presented to Senate. If you look at this case, and say this case on this ground was approved, then you begin having question marks about the manner in which that power is abused. Anyone can abuse power. I began by pointing this out to you, the lessons I gathered from Professor J.B. Ojuang, that this thing of saying, no, let's remove power from this office is naive. Wherever you vest that power can be abused there. And even the ultimate office, even when you say, the manner in which Senate does this can be challenged in court, even that court can abuse power. Then, of course, then there's an appellate process. The High Court can abuse it. Then you appeal to the Court of Appeal, it can abuse it. But then there's the Supreme Court that is final.
Can they also abuse it?
Yes, they can abuse power. They can abuse power. There are scholars who have reviewed our Supreme Court and concluded that it has abused power multiple times. And it's just the nature of human power. That's why I suggested to you people, there's no substitute for good manners.
Good manners is the ultimate.
Yes, the ultimate is finally mama alikuambia tabia mbaya. Jana tabia mbaya. That one. Yes, we must also reflect on that for a while. I have argued that this country is in dire need of good manners more than
Anything,
strict adherence to the rule of law in and of itself.
It's a conversation we'll be having in the next hour with the chairman of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Yes.
Ethics and values.
Yes.
Now, there are some governors and even legislators who have proposed an amendment to the way we approach impeachment. Some of them have said, let's safeguard a governor to come into office. First of all, learn the here
Give them a
2/4 of the office. I mean, and just get to understand this office. So don't impeach a governor before a certain time is over. And then also look, towards an election, why are you impeaching a governor? Now, surely a deputy governor will come in and maybe they'll run this office for 6 months. So also, before an election, let's also have a safeguarded window, this and that. What's your view on this?
I mean, law reform is a very strange thing. Anyone who believes that the guarantee for better life is more law is naive. I've told people that. What do I do if I elect a governor today and we say you can't impeach him in the first 6 months? Then he goes to the marketplace with a firearm and begins shooting everybody. What do we do with him? Day 2 in office. We will begin crying that we need a formula to remove this fellow from office. Day 2 in office. So that whereas a lawmaker sees one aspect of the problem once it is tested and sees it clearly, sometimes they forget that by looking at you as I'm looking at you, I have turned my eyes against the backside of my head. I'm not seeing another facet of the same problem. And when that other facet presents itself, you say, good gracious, we thought we knew the problem was. We turned our eye against the worst part of that problem. My take is not that we immunize a governor who is 1 day office from impeachment or who is 1 month office from impeachment. Is that we use the impeachment hour correctly, whether it's day 1 or on the last day. If we did that, all these fears would go. If a member of the county assembly can misuse impeachment power when a governor is 2 months old in office, nothing stops him from misusing that power when a governor is 2 years old in office, assuming that you open up the window after 2 years. So the real recourse is dealing with this abuse of the power rather than saying, no, if we insulate them for the first 6 months or the first 1 year, then so what? The abuse of that power will start once you open the gates after the lapse of that 1 year, and that is not very beneficial. I insist, there's no substitute for good manners.
For good manners.
We elect
So,
our governors, we elect our MCS, our MPs to exercise power correctly. More often than not, they honor that requirement in breach.
So there's something you're not saying, Alicia. So in these cases, the argument is not whether or not this individual did the thing that they have been accused of. That's not the argument. The argument here is whether these charges met the threshold then, and whether this impeachment as a power then is being abused. It is not whether there is a case on whether the road was named after whom, because these are the things that were brought. It is not whether indeed money was lost or not. You're not arguing that, because that could be a totally different thing if it actually did happen. What you're saying is that this is the measure. It has not reached here, and it should not be at this impeachment process. If those things did take place, use other avenues to challenge that. But this impeachment, again, coming to the fact that it's being abused for what it can actually do. Because I think there's a confusion there that we seem to say, well, if it is alleged that somebody has done 1, 2, 3, up until 7, that was a number of counts. The fear is that, okay, how are we ever going to get this person possibly charged and or punished for this thing? We take it to impeachment, and then there's Alicia Ongoya who's saying, well, that's great, but you've not met the threshold, so everybody pack your bags and go. You see?
Yes. The argument is both. In some circumstances, there are allegations that are just plainly false. I mean, you remember I made an argument in Senate that, when you say I've named a road after Okondo, take me to Nairobi and say, a road is something physical. A road is not in the mind. A road is not abstract. Yes, take us to the road and tell us this road that starts from Standard Group to Plenary is now called Okondo. Take us that road. Don't tell us that somebody put some mischievous post on her Facebook post. I mean, that's elevating jokes to new heights, if you sought my opinion. A road is just a road. We can't engage Senate on what people talked about their spouses on their social media posts. People say all sorts of things about their spouse on the social media posts. If you engage with those ones, the world will come to a close. So that's number one. Then the second one is, on the other occasions, is let's meet the threshold. For example, you take me through the accounts of this organization. Then you say, no, there's a voucher system, an impress system here. The voucher must be signed by everybody. Oh, one of these vouchers is not signed by somebody. Well, there's a procedure of surcharge. I can just surcharge you for this money and we clear this. In fact, the Public Finance Management Act is very clear on if you don't account for an impress, we just surcharge you in the next month. So that unless there is complete pilferage that you can see a systemic pilferage, the fact that there's one impress unaccounted for, if you walk through government and you say for every department where there's an impress not accounted for,
the thing will shut
somebody
down.
must go home. Everyone will go home. The nature of an accounting system is I've never come across an auditor who audits any department and does not find something that you can raise a question on. So that's what I'm saying, that if we were to pick a simple impress and say, no, there's an impress here that has not been accounted for, it's simple. Go and surcharge that person. Their next month's salary, clamp something out of it, refund it to government.
But then it becomes gross and a serious issue if it is multiple cases.
If it's multiple cases.
Right.
If it is multiple, then that is something. Or if there are persistent audit queries along that line, that the auditor came here this year, raised this question, came the following year, same question, same department, no action is being taken, then that may approximate or reach the level of gross misconduct.
It is back.
You know, I'm listening to what I'm referring to as this legal presentation, and it's actually very interesting because now, at least on this matter of impeachment, we've actually addressed the law regarding impeachment. Not what somebody thinks, not what they would like, not even, and what they presented, yes, but through the lenses and through the microscope of what the law actually says about these things. But the thing that I like the most is the law in and of itself, without the practice and the vigilant observation of its practice, then it's exactly of no use to us.
Correct.
Because when we are not vigilant, it's like we ourselves are colluding with the forces that are bent on ensuring that that law doesn't do what it's intended to do. So what that means then, Wakili, that is next to impossible to impeach a governor.
No. We have impeached Governor Waititu. We have impeached Governor Sonko. Governor Wambora was impeached twice. Only the court saved him. He survived by Governor Wambora needs to be studied as a phenomenon. He needs to be studied. There is a case study. So it's possible to impeach a governor, but we should actually not find it pleasant that we impeach governors regularly. Because if we found it pleasant as a country, it will also put to question our own sense of judgment as electors. If after every election, the people we elect invariably are removed, then it means we are electing only gross violators of the Constitution. Only people who grossly misconduct themselves.
We should
What
impeach
does that
ourselves.
say about ourselves, as it were?
Yeah.
So it should not be something very pleasant that we invariably impeach governors.
Keep doing.
Yes.
Then I want to actually roll on to that with the following question. Using the case of Governor Wambora and now what is unfolding about Governor Kawira Mwangaza, should we say if a county assembly impeaches a governor after X number of times, go back to the people, dissolve this county government, both the executive and the assembly, take the matter back to the sovereign?
Our law says that when you elect a governor as an electorate, remember that the person he or she has appointed, nominated as a running mate is a potential governor. So that must be an important part of what is weighing in your mind as you make that decision. Over and above his programs for roads, for schools, for healthcare, also ask what is his potential success actually, because you are electing as a package. And the law says that if you remove that governor, then his running mate takes over. There's a procedure for getting a new deputy governor. When the person was initially elected, deputy governor assumes office. There's a procedure in law for that is provided for. So that's what we have today. Is it the best? It's debatable. Whether we want to go back to the electorate, it's one of the choices we have. But let's also not cry that we are spending so much money on elections, because these things cut both ways. As citizens, we talk about waste all the time. So let's not, if we choose that as the option, let's remember it has a cost consequence. When IEBC comes and says we need 11 billion to do this election in this county, let's remember those are the choices we make, and no choice is free of cost. Every choice has either a value or monetary cost to it, and I therefore make no value choice myself. I say citizens just need to apply their mind and ask, are they willing to take the logical value or monetary consequences of the choice that they make?
Wakili, thank you very much for joining us. Isaac Babji says there's a mustache of wisdom in the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Elisha Ongoya is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, a senior lecturer at the Kabarak University. He's a constitutional expert, and he's been here giving us his own perspectives on impeachment laws, processes in this country. Come again soon, Wakili.
Thank you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Doyo Weedy is here and Dunstan Omari is here. We'll open the phone line shortly.
Yes.
Please remind us the day's proverb.
Our proverbs for this week have been from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. And today's proverb is as follows: the one who shows his fears ensures his salvation.
The one who shows his fears ensures his salvation.
Yes.
Very good one. Deputy President assuming office, already.
Yes.
You were saying that if we look at what has happened in the counties, a deputy governor is impeached, a deputy governor dies, governor nominates, county assembly votes, deputy governor nominee assumes office, na Kenya inasonga mbele.
Exactly.
Nothing at you, sijui present this and the other, nothing about IEBC, nothing about IEBC declaring a vacancy in that office of the deputy president, nothing. We did not see it in Baringo after the death of the deputy governor. We have not seen it in Kisii after the impeachment of a deputy governor. So, nothing major, right? Really?
Yeah, so what I'm telling you is a DP, a DG, are all nominated by their bosses, and then the various assemblies vet them, and then they assume office. Period. That's simple. If there is anybody who thinks something was wrong in the process, now the courts are there to arbitrate.
If you think about it, already,
yes,
there's procedure for electing a governor,
exactly,
and a deputy governor, right?
I do never want to talk about the procedure of electing a deputy governor. Only the governor is elected after nominating nani anamshindikiza kwa hiyo safari.
So who is elected?
The governor is elected, but
And
he has,
the running mate.
or she has to nominate the running mate.
So essentially, it's not the governor, it's the candidate for governorship who nominates.
Okay.
Yes.
You nominate before you become governor.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's a vacancy and you're governor, you can again nominate.
And before you interpret some of these
So why
provisions, you need to
why
know.
do both names appear on the ballot?
Sorry?
Why do both names appear on the ballot?
It is normally a good thing, just like a nickname these days appears on the ballot to help you enhance your votes. Yes, these days you can have your nickname on the ballot
because
it's a way of enhancing your votes. But the person who is elected is the governor or the president. The other one is
those are not the only nominees, right?
Yes.
Before an election,
yes,
there are political parties.
Yes,
present a list.
Yes,
of their nominees.
Yes, they
exactly.
To
They
Parliament,
do. They
right?
do. They do.
All political parties, they'll present a list to nominees to the Senate, nominees to the National Assembly, nominees to the County Assembly. True? But we don't vote for those names.
We wouldn't vote
for the names.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just after an election, the strength of the political party that determines how.
Exactly.
But that is lodged not with the Assembly or with the National Assembly or with the Senate.
Yes.
It is the list is lodged with the IEBC.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That is the IEBC then that will determine that yes, so and so is number one on the list of ODM as nominee in the National Assembly.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we have the same thing as the candidate for president nominating and lodging a name with the IEBC and saying, my first choice for deputy president shall be Rigathi Gachagua. My second choice shall be Anne Waiguru. So if Rigathi leaves, then Anne Waiguru becomes the deputy president. Why don't we? Why not?
That is not done so because in getting the DP or the DG, only one person is required, and there is nothing to be determined after the election. But
nomination, say, to the National Assembly, it will be depend on the strength of those who are elected to the National Assembly. You can get 2 slots or 5 or 1. That is why you have to make a long list. In case you get elected in such a way that you have 5 slots, then the first top 5 are taken. If you only have 2, then the top 2. If you only have 1, then the top 1. If you have nothing, then they remain there. But in the case of a DP, it's only 1 person that will be required in case you win. 1 person.
So why do they need to appear on the ballot?
I have told you that they need to appear on the ballot because they enhance electability of the president. The people want to know, who do you intend to help you govern this country? It is Rigathi Gachagua. I think it is good, we can vote for you. So the DP you nominate is just something to help you get your votes. The DP is never voted for. The president is. And when you look at the constitution, there's nowhere where you say election of a DP. Hakuna election of a DP in any statute book. Hakuna.
But they're swearing in, assuming of
And
office.
let me add you one more thing.
There's assumption of office of a DP.
Yes.
There is a vacancy of office of a DP.
Yes.
There is swearing in of a DP.
Exactly.
There is an oath of office or swearing of allegiance for a DP.
Exactly.
All those things are there.
But no election.
There is a position of DP in the cabinet.
Yes.
There is position of DP in the National Security Council.
Yes.
There's a position of DP in IBEC.
Yes.
It's all there.
Exactly.
But this person is only not elected.
Not elected. He's not elected. Even ministers have all such functions, but they are not elected.
Those ones are nominated and it's clear
Yes.
after an
They are
election.
not elected. A DP is not. Tell me where it is said you elect a DP.
And they serve, right? And the mercy of the president.
Eric.
The deputy president does not serve at the mercy of the president.
Of course, there are many people who don't serve at the mercy of including the Chief Justice and all those others, but they are not elected.
They are not
The
on
Chief
ballot.
Justice does not serve as the mercy, and all those constitutional officers, but they are not elected. They are nominated, and Parliament.
Do their names appear at the ballot?
That's a question.
Who?
Do they participate in an
I
election?
have told you the name of the DP appears in the ballot, just like your nickname would appear in the ballot to enhance your electability. The people want to know who is going to help you govern this country. In case you disappear, who takes over? You know the mischief that this appointment of DP in advance came to cure. When people have been elected presidents, they become very mischievous and they come up with the names that the people really don't like. And we also had to deny them the opportunity to just wake up one day and say, my DP is fired, like Moi used to do. Those are the mischiefs these things used to come to cure.
Very good.
Yes.
So to ensure that the person who is then the DP, there must be some certain criteria.
Exactly.
Starting with qualifications.
Exactly.
Which are in the Constitution.
Exactly.
And the qualifications are clearly stated.
Exactly.
And then the statutes come and say that the person who is the custodian of checking these qualifications is also stated. And the custodian of checking these qualifications at the point of an election is there.
IEBC.
But when the Constitution is talking about the qualification, it does not say who was going to determine what those qualifications are. It is us who decided that IEBC is better placed to verify those qualifications. In the absence of IEBC, there's no law that prohibits you.
Have we changed that law?
In the absence of IEBC, there's no law that prohibits you from verifying those qualifications. If you are not going to an election, you are going to nominate by the president. It is now the president to ensure that he nominates somebody who is qualified to be president like him. If you think he has not done the correct thing, go and ask the court to arbitrate.
Let's hear from Blackwater in Mombasa, and then we'll come back to you. Good morning, Blackwater.
Good morning, gentlemen. I see it's a whole panel of men today.
Yes, it is. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. What's up with our lady? She hasn't been on for a while.
She's on leave. She's enjoying some time off.
Okay. So basically, I really wanted to start this thing by telling you guys, right? One thing is, in Swahili, they tell you, watu wa Pemba wanajuana kwa vilemba. Basically, we, the public, have no voting right in this situation. This is a telenovela. Just remember back in the day when they used to have the rich also cry?
Yeah.
In Dallas, where the family is fighting amongst themselves?
Yeah.
And they're being judged by their peers, which is the parliament. And if they go to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, and now the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we have no say in this. And I tell my friends every day, don't get caught up in this. Your friend is your neighbor. These people don't know you. They all go to steakhouse. None of you over there probably has been to steakhouse. Probably, I don't know. Probably. You know. So we sit here. We can talk all we want to talk. But this game is being played on a higher level. Probably they're even derailing us. Other things are going on in the background.
This is not our game.
This is not our game. We just talking, man. It's not our game.
Thanks, Blackwater.
It's beyond us.
Thank you. James in Nairobi, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
My point is,
yep,
if the deputy president has committed all those violations, what has the president not done? We saw news headlines in newspapers where Hilton Hotel was doing most business with government. We know the shareholding of the hotel, it's clear. If it's the issue of tribalism, who makes appointments? And we have all seen heads of parastatals and all that. Also, who has overseen the killings and abductions of Kenyans, something that the president wanted to be a secret, and they are now at loggerheads with the deputy president because he has exposed us. So in my opinion, that is not our priority. It is a case of misplaced priorities and misdirected focus.
Okay, thank you, James. Mwalimu Irongo.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Siti habari.
Salama sana mwalimu, uko mzima?
Mimi ni mzima, nimekuwa mgonjwa kwa muda mrefu, but God has seen me through. I'm back.
Pole sana bwana, pole.
Thank you very much. Let me comment very quickly. First of all, I want to be very sincere to everybody that I neither support the deputy president nor those who are accusing him, not even the president, because I've never liked them anyway. But what I detest at this moment is how their relationship, and they have differed for whichever reason, which they have refused completely to bring to the public. They are now bringing the whole country to stop operating and focus on what they are fighting over, something we do not understand, and which is obviously not beneficial to the common mwananchi. So let me finish by telling the gentlemen, the two learned friends in that room, to take the advice they have been given by a speaker who spoke, I think the first one, somebody Blackwater. Yes. Let them not get caught up in this. It's not important. People have been killed in this country. We are starving. The salaries have been deducted by way of overtaxing, and there are many other problems. Adani is all here. These guys are fighting over money. I may not tell which money. And number two, and that's where I will end, Eric. These guys are fighting over something we do not understand. Regarding Gachagua, a person that whose character I've also not liked very much, is being brought out to conceal what the government is doing behind the backs of the Kenyans. We are being cheated. This is nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu Irongo. Come in, Wakili. Saying so much political high stakes. What's the price for it?
Actually, what my good brothers have said is true. The day Gachagwa's impeachment motion was on, the day Adani seal was being done with Ketraco. This is a decoy, a Trojan horse for Kenya Kwanza to do what they want to do. A day before Adani, before Gachagwa's impeachment is there, the leader of ODM says very well that Adani deal is above board. Kenyans, Gachagua is a decoy to take our focus away from the ills the country is facing. I totally agree with you. Today, for example, who is this likely to be nominated to be the DP? Is it one Raila Odinga? Chances are 100% he might be the deputy president. Because they have done
Chances
a
are
lot.
100%.
You see, ODM has carried the skunk and they have completely fought. The UDA guys have gone back to the trenches. It is ODM at the firing lane. So probably their leader, Raila Odinga, might be the deputy in the waiting so that the assumption of office is done that way. Remember, what we are now seeing is the reorganization of the Pentagon of the 2007. That old Pentagon is back. The completeness of that Pentagon, the vision they had, is back now. They have reunited to the exclusion of the PNU apologists who later turned to be Jubilee, who later turned to be whatever they are. Now, that is the political arrangement that we have. When I look at this, who gains out of all these problems? Gachagua, His Excellency Deputy President Gachagua, 2022. To be honest, he gave Ruto not more than 10,000 votes. Ruto got votes from the mountain himself. Out of this debacle, Gachagua has acquired a voting bloc of over 6 million voters. Because of this. Number two, Gachagua is being accused of having funded what we call the Gen Z movement. He has now acquired a new constituency of the Gen Z across the board, up to Sugoi. Third, if Gachagua is hounded out of office, confessions were done the other day that presidential candidates get foreign funding from foreign businesses and foreign countries. That has been going to ODM. It is now going to come to Gachagua. The civil society that was always with Baba against the government, Baba now being the real government, the civil society has gone back to Gachagua.
Bonomari, just pause kidogo. I hear you, but I'd like a little clarification. When you say Baba is the real government, what do you mean?
Baba is, under Uhuru, under the handshake, Baba never get any appointee. He never got any slot in government. Today, under William Ruto, Treasury, my good friend, Mbadi, the only minister with executive powers to sign and commit our loans, to commit the country to anything, is ODM. Energy sector, the most critical issue of cost of living, my client Mbadi, my client Opio Wandai, is the minister. The Hustler Fund, where all the money is, Oparanya, my client, is the minister. Kenya is now a mining and blue economy. Joe is in control of these issues. So how do you say that you are not the government? It's not that you are in government, you are the government. And that is why I said, ODM now being the government, they are likely, and they have been given an assignment to make sure Gachagua leaves, they are likely to be the deputy president.
Oh, well, let's hear from Karaoke. Karaoke, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Morning,
how are you?
Tuko wazima, nashukuru.
Our system still indicates that you're in Lavington. I don't think you are.
No, I think you know very well where I am. I mean,
Karaoke, where have you been?
The last call. Niko mzima.
Asante.
Nashukuru. I still watch. It's only that I've not been as active as I was before, but hopefully that will change. And I like the discussion, and I don't want to really dwell on the merits or demerits of the protagonists of the impeachment. But I think one of the things that probably is not prominently coming out of the Situation Room, and I'm curious to know if Owidi and Advocate Omari have a common ground in that understanding or that agreement is that the Constitution keeps winning. And I think from this impeachment case, there will be new jurisprudence, and I think it will chart the way of how future impeachments will be carried out. I'm just curious to know if the two guests in the situation room, agree to that. Secondly, I think Owidi mentioned earlier that you can have your nickname at the ballot. I don't think that's entirely true. I think my understanding is that what politicians do is that they rebrand nearer the elections. They lodge documents with the register of persons and, change their names. But it's not technically that.
The names that appear on the ballot are the person's official names.
Correct. And I think that should have been. I was hoping, I was expecting Omari to set the record straight on that.
Okay. Yeah, Odoyo will be corrected. Thank you. Thank you, Karaoke. Nelson in Mombasa, hello.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Wa alaikum salam.
Hey, how is my mwalimu?
Si jambo kaka, uko mzima?
Sasa kabisa. Sasa mi nilikuwa kuna mahali inanikanganya kidogo hii arrangement and the constitution. Kwa now in this case wakati tukipiga kura mara ya kwanza tulipiga kwa tiketi moja, si ndio? ya rais na msaidizi wake ama mdogo wake. Alafu sasa wakati huu sasa kama atatolewa inabidi president sasa ndiye anominate. Which means tutaenda kuwa na deputy ambaye hakuchaguliwa na mwananchi. Unaona? And then sasa inakuwa ndiye amenominate. Sasa shida yangu ni kuwa sasa supposing sasa ilikuwa ni president ndiye amekuwa impeached. Unaona? Je, deputy ana nguvu ya kunominate mwingine? Haje sasa ndiye aende kwa nini? Hapo hiyo party ya constitution.
Wakili atatueleza hapo.
Yes. Hapo atatueleza because hapo imenikanganya. Alafu na the way tunapelekwa sasa ni kwa focus yetu yote imeenda huko sasa kwa Gachagua. Tumesahau yale yote ambayo yalikuwa yanatukera kama hayo ambayo wakili ametaja. Maanake yako mengi, yako ya energy, yako nini, yote hayo. Sasa wakati tunapoenda huko, tunajuaje wakati wewe umeangalia kando na panya ameingia hapa kala kile chakula ulikuwa supposed kuja kula? Sasa hapo
Thank you, Nelson.
Ndio naona inaweza. Yes, thank you so much.
Asante sana. Cedric.
Yes, good morning, Erica and the city Muga and the guests.
Morning to you, Cedric. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So I'm fine here in Mwingi. It's so hot and despite us expecting rain. So I'll go straight to the matters at hand and I'll say this. Whatever is happening between the DP and the president is entirely political game. And for us, I'll just say this. I don't care whether he gets whether the DP goes away or not. But as a Kenyan, he deserves some rights, and that's why he's accorded that process through as stated in the Constitution. But my point is this. Whatever is happening now is that the president is using the crisis which we had recently. He used the crisis which he had recently to organize his government. And now he's actually sorting out 2007 politics, actually. And that's why he's getting rid of his DP. It's not about morality. It's not about whether Gachagua is guilty of all those accusations against him. Actually, some of them, there could be a case, actually, to hold water on his accusations. But to prove it or not is not even the point. The point is that he just wants to be hounded out of the office so that Ruto could have his house in order the way he likes it before 2027. And therefore, instead of us, I know this is a very important national matter, but I'll say this. These are just political charades. They are political games. The main issues, as many of the previous speakers have said, that things are done on the sideways. We focus on the parliament, on the process of the parliament. Before we just raise our heads again to look what is happening around, the Adani deal on energy was signed. Today, we are focused on this Senate proceedings. Before we wake up, oh, you hear JKIA is now gone. I'm just just a wild guess. It could have, before we wake up, something else has been done.
Yeah, you said, Rick.
And
Thank you.
That's what happened. It's happening. Thank you so much for the time.
Asante sana. Before we go to a break and also hear comments from our guests, we have one more caller. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. This is Robert from Kisumu.
Who?
Robert from Kisumu.
Robert, thank you for calling.
Yeah. So I was kind of hearing the discussion on your radio. By the way, good morning, City Muga.
City Muga, good morning. Yakobana.
Good morning, bro.
I hear you on the radio because you dispense knowledge like crazy.
All right, Robert, what's your point?
So my point is, I kind of hear the point that Mr. Odoyewidi is trying to bring across. So it's for Danstan Omari, who is the lawyer, to try and explain to us, according to what the Constitution states, that how do we hound out the deputy president? Because Owidi categorically stated that the deputy president can be hounded out by the parliament, just the way the deputy governors have been hounded out here. And it's not explicit in the Constitution that most probably you can't hound out the deputy. The deputy. It's not, the process is not clear on our Constitution. So will it be okay for Danstan Omari most probably to elaborate to us how it's not clear in the Constitution on what the procedure needs to be?
All right. We'll get that from you. Thank you very much, Robert. You said now that ODM is not in government, ODM is government.
It's government.
So someone is commenting here, Ruto is not in power. Ruto is?
His power. It's not in power, his power.
ODM is government.
Hiya. There's a question that has been asked starting from the last caller, just explaining some of these processes and procedures.
After the Senate, 2/3 majority will decide the day. Today.
Of all members.
Of all members not nominated. They will not vote.
Including nominated.
Senate has very funny rules. Today they say all the 67. Next time they say only elected. We will hear what the speaker will decide. Number two, after that decision, if Gachagua loses, the ball moves to the courts, the High Court, to challenge that decision. The decision in court will be whether constitutional safeguards and due diligence was followed and the threshold was arrived at. The High Court will make its determination. It can refuse to stop a swearing in, or it can stop. If it stops, Gachagua still remains a deputy president until the matter is heard and determined. If it does not give interim conservatory orders, the process of replacement will continue. Let's assume the High Court has stopped the removal. Then the case will be heard and determined. Still, there is a level of appeal at the Court of Appeal. If that decision is not stayed, replacement will continue. If it is stayed, the case will be determined at the Court of Appeal and move to the Supreme Court. The finality of Gachagua's fate hangs at the Supreme Court. That is one of it. Number two, if Gachagua does not challenge the decision and is hounded out, he will never hold any public office. But what are the consequences of that? I will tell from as a political analyst that the last time the right prime minister was elected with the people's mandate was in 2002 as a member of parliament for Kibera. But because he has a serious constituency behind him, Kibaki, Moi had to bend back to accommodate him in the government. Kibaki had to bend down to accommodate him as a prime minister. Uhuru had to bend backward to accommodate him in the handshake. Ruto has bent back to put him now actually at the accelerator.
The last time he was elected was 2007, right?
As a member of parliament of Kibera.
Of Langata then.
Of Langata. If Gachagua goes out, and as I said, he inherits the hawkers. He inherits those who are being evicted. He inherits the Gen Z. He inherits Murima. He inherits the civil society. Gachagua becomes a more political, powerful animal than Raila Odinga.
Well,
courtesy of this.
But you see, Wakili, Raila's potency remains because of his potential to be elected. Right? Because he stands in an election. And there's a potential that he could be elected. Gachagua will not stand in any election.
He will never stand.
And there is no potential of him becoming elected anywhere. Why would anyone follow him?
If he controls 150 members of parliament, he'll be seated at Murima taking his Muratina. You will have to go there to talk to him.
And how will he get to that position?
He does not need to be in the ballot. As I've said, you do not gain political power by being elected. You gain political power by having people who support you in millions. Raila Odinga had political power 2002. To date, by virtue of the number of governors he has, by virtue of the number of members of parliament he has, by virtue, not that he is elected himself, but by virtue of the people loyal to him. He's always seated in State House. If Gachagua takes that line, he replaces Raila Odinga as the next central power. Not an elected central power, but a central power outside power. So that when any government in crisis wants to deal with a deputy president who has gone rogue, Gachagua will be looked at just the way Raila is looked at. So we are creating another opposition outside. Two, when you look at the alignments that are coming up, already there is a lot of fighting for who becomes number two in the event Gachagua leaves. One, the prime cabinet position was created purely, which is a unconstitutional office, to take power away from the deputy president's office. If a new deputy president comes in, the first casualty will be the prime cabinet because his job is no longer necessary. So he must fight to get this job. If he loses, he'll just become a minister. Two, if the position goes outside the prime cabinet secretary, it goes to Mount Kenya East. People Mount Kenya West might vote to save Gachagua. If the prime minister is not getting the job, the senators from the Luya Nation might vote to save Gachagua because it's not one of theirs who is going to get this job. If the prime minister has worked so hard and he hopes himself or his person is going to get this job, when it is going to be clear that he's not going to get this job, they might save Gachagua. Gachagua might be saved because of jilted lovers who expected to be proposed as fiancés and wives. And once they know they are not, they are likely to say, Samson way, let us band together. Save Gachagua, none should get. We either get it or lose it.
Omari, you've speculated.
It is purely, politics is the art of speculation and the art of possibility.
It is, but it has to be judged against the backdrop of what is our lived reality in this country.
Just let me tell you, Kashagwa the other day was carrying rungus at State House, waiting to chase and set traps against Raila Odinga. Only 2 years, the traps have brought him to Senate. That is the reality of politics, the art of possibility.
Or the art of the impossible.
The art of the impossible being turned into possibility. So anything is possible.
Mr. Widi, I see there's something you want to say. I see you nodding and fiddling with your fingers.
I told you from the very beginning.
He's given up.
I've told you from the very beginning that this man called Wakili Yapa, he's a lawyer, all right, but he has emotional positions that he will suspend his law. In fact, that time, if you ask you, but let me tell you, I first had the first caller, I think it was called Blackwater,
yes. Blackwater,
with a grazing field argument that
what's a grazing field
what has
argument?
the president?
What a grazing field argument.
When you are accusing Gachagua of the things he has done, he was giving us a grazing field argument that what about the president? You cannot have somebody who has not been brought before the jury as a defense. You can't. You can't say, oh, I'm a serial killer, but there are many people dying. Look for the people who have been killing those ones.
I'm actually curious. I like the terminology, but
what does it mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
What?
Grazing field.
Grazing field argument is an argument that is not based on any law. It is only based on emotions, feelings that, dadi unanichapa lakini fulani pia alifanya makosa huku mchapa. That is a grazing field argument.
Thank you.
Continue. You had Blackwater with a grazing field argument.
Yes. That. And Irungu came and then he had a defense even before he started speaking, telling us, oh, me, I'm not even for Gachagua or for Ruto. But when he finally spoke, it was clear on which side he's talking from.
And which side was that?
He was for Gachagua. But one thing I wanted to make a statement that I should not go back with. I have seen the president's name keep on arising here again and again like a sea tide. It is very clear that President William Ruto is not a player in this impeachment. In fact, I have seen people are struggling to bring him in, wondering why he can't say anything. They are ready to have the president come in and say something about this, but there are many people they don't want to hear in this process. The president must remain non-partisan in this. There is nowhere in the Constitution where the president is supposed to be a player in the impeachment of his deputy. We must also understand that the deputy president has a problem with the Constitution and not a problem with the president. Yes. No, those are things.
Although you contradicted yourself. Is a constitutional issue or insubordination?
It is a constitutional issue. You are not supposed to insubordinate your president. That is the law.
So it's a complainant.
No, it's not complaint. The president
is personal.
The president has not complained, and actually it even came back.
You told us the deputy president is merely a nominee of the president.
I will also insist that you bring these issues when I finish. Like you let Omari speak all his, and then you bring those.
Okay.
And there's something that people keep on talking about here called Adani. I have seen the profile of Adani. I know when Adani first came to this country in 2013, I have not looked at their headquarters and I say, this is what people are calling a criminal organization. Today, even in the airport, the matters, catering and all that is done by a private company called NAS. And people are not complaining. And people are talking about Adani like Adani has already done something. And it is this country where a sitting president built a railway line from Mombasa Street to his farm and fenced off 32 kilometers of farm using NYS. And people never saw that as a scandal. It is in this country where the president has built an expressway as a private company, and people never see it as a scandal, but they want to call Adani a scandal. I think the anti-president...
You call that what?
I think the anti-president...
Grazing field?
Grazing field argument.
What about
What
aboutism? Right?
No, let's Mr. Widi continue. Yes.
So there is also somebody who said Gachagua is a decoy to let bad things happen, like signing of Adani and all those things. I think if anybody were to choose a decoy, they would have chosen more easier to deal with. Nobody would have chosen a process like this just to create as a decoy to get some things done. In any case, those things, even when they are done, the next day they will be in the news. It's only that the news is, there's a bigger news than that one. I heard my friend Omari talk about we are returning to the Pentagon days. First of all, we must recall that Pentagon was not an illegal organization. It was a very popular arrangement. It was a very popular grouping. I agree with my friend Omari on Gachagua now getting a voting block. But remember, it will not be religious like the one of Raila Odinga. Reason being, to get a religious following, there has to be a Satan, there has to be a Messiah, and there has to be a paradise where they are taking people. You must be somebody who is capable of providing punishment and reward in equal measure if people follow you. If Gachagua is not going to go for the presidency, which will be the reward for his people, if there is no enemy that is going to be fighting, that the people will be fearing, he will not get that kind of following. Just the fact that he went around and called people names here and there will not make him the kingpin. That will not happen. In any case, I think he's disillusioned that he's in the hearts of the people of Mount Kenya. No, he's in their eyes. They keep seeing him every day in the news here and there. As soon as he's impeached and he will no longer be newsworthy, they will forget about him and they will embrace the new nominee for the DP positions, unless he fights very hard using the tools I've given him. He has to create an enemy he's fighting on behalf of the people. He has to create a paradise where he wants to take the people, which is very easy to find because it will be fighting for the presidency, probably on behalf of his people. Then they will follow him. But thinking that you have differed with the sitting president and you will be followed by Gen Zs of the law society. In any case, Gen Z was a quicksand thing. It went as soon as a simple announcement was made because there were people behind it who thought if they keep on supporting it, they'll be using their resources. Saying that Rigiji has got a voting block, if I were him, I would start operating from outside. You know, this man called Raila Odinga, as my friend says, he was last elected in 2007, but he has remained the kingpin.
Or 002?
007. 007, you know, we are still electing president as an MP.
Yeah.
So he was elected as an MP, but lost as a president. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So he still remained the kingpin because he remained with a hope for his people, for those followers of his, wherever they came from in this country.
Including yourself.
Including myself.
Yes.
Okay. I know you wanted me to say that. So
that one, you know me very well. That one I was not going to let pass.
So he remained. So if Gachagua really wants to borrow that template, he can actually say, okay, that is what you think. Let me fight you from outside. Raila Odinga did it when he disagreed with Moi. He simply walked out with Wamalo. He simply walked out, got his party, and started fighting from outside. It is very difficult to fight from inside because you'll have to use very short weapons. If Rigathi Gachagua still remains the DP, there are certain weapons he can't use against the government.
As a DP?
Yeah. But if he got out, he will use long range, he will use conventional and unconventional, and so on. So I will advise him that if he really wanted to build a team, and then he needs to get out. But there was Kariuki. Kariuki was talking about the DP being the DP being on the ballot. Let me tell you, the DP's name on the ballot that is going to be used to elect the president is simply an additional information on that ballot paper. Let us not pretend. And finally, but most important, my friend Omari said the Prime Cabinet Secretary was being used to fight the DP. I don't think it was the intention of the president to fight his DP on day one. I think even the body language, everything on day one was very cordial until the DP came back to support the Gen Z revolution. In fact, I'm just using support because I don't want litigation in your place, but it is more than just support that team. He knew about them.
And there's evidence to support that view.
When he was in Mombasa, he spoke like he has known the Gen Zs for ages. He knew they had no leadership, they had no tribe, they had no party. He even requested them to put down their weapons again. But I want to tell you that the Prime Cabinet position was a reward to a reward for a person who got
Shareholder.
votes. It had nothing to do with fighting the DP. Let's get correct things correctly.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you agree with, or what do you think of what Wakili Munari says? He sees Raila being the next deputy president.
That was a comedy. Because in whose interest would Raila Odinga be the DP? Because if it is his people, even Raila Odinga's people would want hope in their future. They would want somebody to be a DP they can rely on one day to bring the trophy home.
And you don't think they can rely on Raila to bring the trophy home?
In future, which future does Raila Odinga still have? At 80, you want him to run for the president at 90?
Why not?
Okay, Sawa. Sawa, if you think so, at least the people are judging that statement from you.
One of our listeners has commented, when we were talking about the balance between the PSAs and CSAs and the distribution across the county, and you saying we don't have a Kisses.
None.
Yeah? There's a principal secretary called Joseph Mogosi Mutari.
Mutari is Kuria.
He's Kuria.
He's my friend.
He's from the Kuria Nyanza.
Yes.
He's not from the Kisii Nyanza.
Yes.
Gusii. From the Gusii people. From the Gusii Nyanza.
For the benefit of people, the Gusii people are distinct. None.
Not even one.
None.
Okay. No, but they have other things.
No,
if you don't have PS, you have the Solicitor General. If you don't have PS, you have the Majority Whip. You have the CS.
They have a minister.
They have a CS. Ogamba, my friend. So what else do you want?
I'm specific.
I don't think you.
Of the PS. Of who signs money?
No, because
only PSs, principal
no. The president seems
are
to think regionally
officers.
than think tribally.
You know something? What Mr. Omari says, yes, we can argue about it, we can have a discussion, but it represents the reality of our politics. Yeah. And in this particular instance, everything we've heard anecdotally indicates that there was an understanding of how this thing will be divvied out.
Yes. Yes. The shareholding. Because what you have nailed it very well. As we never went to UDA with a party.
Yes.
We went as individuals just like Gachagua.
Yes, the president.
Yes. And that is why we never got anything. Those who went like the Speaker of the Senate, he is our Lord and is the Speaker. How many votes?
So
the question that we are asking, it is a shareholding that people want now to run away from and give it to Gachagua. Gachagua has no signature in those shareholding.
Let's get one final call.
Yes.
Somebody who's calling from Atlanta in the USA. Good morning or good evening to you.
Hey, good evening. Here it is about 2 in the morning.
Yeah, good morning.
And my name's Samuel Njoroge from Atlanta, Georgia.
Right.
Yes, I just wanted to contribute to the debate that you have. We are following closely from the diaspora. And before I go far, I want to say that I am UDA Atlanta chapter organizing secretary. This is where UDA was born. The first branch of UDA was born in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, I wanted to say, number one, that what we saw in Parliament was total embarrassment to our democracy in our country, because the process was so flawed, and the removal of deputy president is not that something so small as they are treating. Number two, looking and listening to Mutuse yesterday, I could tell that deal was not easy. He was a conveyor belt. He was not able to articulate neither defense or explain anything. He ended up accepting that some of the information there are not true. He did not verify. He concluded by saying he did not have enough time. How could he do that if the bill was his? Number three, I wanted to say, Senate today will either save the country or doom the country, not destroy us a war, bringing war back, the respect we deserve as one of the best democracies in Africa. Another thing, qualification.
We've got to end it there, my brother. I'm sorry, we've got to
Let
end
me
them.
finish this.
Our time is
Who
up.
will
Yes.
verify? Who will verify the qualification of this candidate that he's qualified to be president, and in case the president dies, he can take over? Who will do that?
Already told us Parliament will make its own law.
Rules.
Rules. Thank you very much for your call, and thank you, Owidi, for joining us today. Always a pleasure having you here. Although Owidi is a political analyst, Dunstan
Omari.
Dunstan Omari is advocate of the High Court. They've both been our guests for the last 2 hours. Asanteni sana. Let's switch over and see what's happening in the Senate.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.